Hmm. All right, Jailburn, if you win this one, I promise I'll improve your union contract. So, give it all you've got.
Let the Eurobeat guide you to the finish line. I have high hopes for you.
Ah, just too late.
All right, Jailbird, if you win this one, I promise I'll improve your union contract. So, give it all you've got.
that mess them all, you fool. No! Damn you. No! Beef. Oh no. Oh, okay. I don't know that. I don't know. Oh, it's the reverse. Okay, I get it. nowhere, man. Six. No! Oops, sorry. Yeah. Oh, that's not an item. No! This. Okay. Go, go. Ooh. Ah, okay, thank you. The T drive card. No drive. Whining. Up to 6 stars, yes. Oh. Zo, met dissociation goed aan ik ben er. Oké. Yeah. I mean, mm-mm. No, I'll just try and recollect after forward.
him in the side.
What do you mean he gave up the ghost? I'm not familiar with.
Left.
He was already dead before they could come and pierce him in the side. He left. He ascended. He
what did
said,
he
"It is
die from?"
finished," and he left.
Well, that just means that he reached the end of his life. Doesn't mean that he died.
What killed him?
at death.
What
Yeah,
killed
he
him?
left.
What was the
Being
sacrifice then?
crucified,
What was the sacrifice?
people die from crucifixion.
What killed him?
And
The process of being crucified.
Being crucified means that he's hung on the cross and he's killed. He's stabbed, right? Just hanging there isn't being crucified.
People die from just the process. You don't need to be stabbed. But
I think like the fact that your God is that weak that he just died from, having nails in his hands, when both thieves on the cross outlasted him as humans. Your God had that Jesus had a whole ass God in him. And what killed him was nails in his hands
okay,
and a crown on his head.
I'm like a
I'm
punk.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, thinker, but I used to watch this show with Matt and Tracy.
Why are you telling me that?
And I don't remember they being as mean and.
I'm not them. Don't compare me to another person. I'm not Matt.
Well,
I'm not anybody else. I'm Thinker.
I'm
Don't
just
compare
saying
me
that
to anybody else.
you don't need to start mocking people. Just
I didn't
because
mock
they have
you.
a
Where did I
different
mock
meaning.
you?
No one's
Well,
mocking
when you
you.
said
We're mocking Jesus,
more-
maybe.
Yeah, but I'm a Christian, so.
Sure.
I don't.
nice.
You want me to have
Like,
some extra respect for you because you're a Christian? I think your beliefs
no,
are foolish.
just the same respect.
No, stop.
as
The
I
fact
give
that
you.
the fact that you won't even pay attention to what's in your book, I think it's foolish. The first thing that you said when you came on here and talking about everything that's going on in the world today, and you went from being an atheist because of Christian nationalism and you ran to Catholicism and saying that you couldn't have faith in human beings anymore. Like literally, for you to say something like that is like you're saying that it's atheists that is doing all of this harm that you see in the world today. It makes absolutely no sense for you to say that you see Christian nationalists doing all this harm in the name of the same Jesus that you ran to with Catholicism. I have no idea why you would make a decision like that. That makes no sense. And then you want to deny what's in the book. And then you want to get mad at me because I'm saying in your book, he left before they completed the sacrifice. If he is a God and he is supposed to be some human example for you, he can't be because you can't do what he did. You don't have the power that he had. You start from a deficit. That is facts. That is facts. That's not me mocking you.
Well, that's not the part that I took offense with. The part is when you start mocking him that why is he so weak and pathetic?
He is weak.
Oh,
He's a God.
I did that. Yeah.
Okay.
He is weak. He died from nails in his hand. That's what you're saying.
Thinker, I might be wrong, but I think it's perfectly acceptable to mock fictional entities. Like we don't owe them respect, no matter who believes in them. I do have one question though, if you don't mind me asking. You do believe that Jesus is God, right? You believe in the Trinity?
Yes.
So when God does stuff, we can say that Jesus is in agreement with it?
Yes.
Sure.
I
Hey,
mean,
in Numbers
they are
31,
different-
when
they
God
are-
told the Israelites to divide up the little virgin girls, the spoils of war, the children that were virgins, as war brides, was that a good thing that Jesus did there?
I don't think that happened.
You don't believe Numbers 31?
No.
I can read it for you. I'm going to read it. I'll read it for you. It
I know
says
it-
when they
I
came
know
back
it
from
says-
war.
I know it's in the Bible.
Uh-huh.
I just don't think that literally happened.
You don't think the story happened?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm a Catholic, not a Jew.
I'm aware, but even Catholicism is based on the Hebrew scriptures, meaning if Jesus is the Messiah, as predicted in the Hebrew Bible, that means you have to look to the Hebrew Bible as your foundation for the history, right? So
No,
you
not
believe
history.
that Jesus is the Jewish Messiah, don't you?
Yes, but it doesn't mean that everything that the Bible said is historically accurate and literally.
How do you
in the physics.
how do you know
I
that
don't-
Numbers 31 didn't happen in history, but say Moses did? Do you think Moses was a real person?
I'm not sure.
How in the world could you possibly believe that Moses wasn't a real person, or like Adam and Eve weren't real, when literally the New Testament says so? They trace Jesus' lineage in Luke 3 all the way to Adam. Do you believe Adam and Eve are real?
Not in a personal sense, no.
Now, this
I
book
think
is
there was
basically
a-
useless to you then. You don't believe any of it. Did
Is
Jesus
that-
I think
die
that-
metaphorically, or like is Jesus' account of death a metaphor, or was there a real guy named Jesus who died?
Yes, there was a real man named Jesus who died.
Why would we believe that?
There's good evidence for it.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's a-
So if
Yes.
we only believe things there's
Yes,
evidence for, then, right?
yeah, of course, I'm a rational.
Okay,
skeptic
so
person still.
we would say then that there's no good reason to believe the Bible. We have no evidence that Jesus resurrected. We have no reason to believe that he had to die for anyone's sins. We have no evidence that that was the case.
Of course, we have no evidence that he raised from the dead. That's
You just said you don't believe in the Old Testament because there's no evidence.
of course, but that's not an article of faith that I have to follow.
I'm not asking about articles of faith. I'm talking about how you come to rational conclusions, right? You said you come to rational conclusions based on evidence, but now I'm
Yes.
poking a little bit on some of the lack of evidence for Christianity, and you're like, well, actually, we don't need evidence for that. So, do you need evidence or not?
All right, I think we're live. Hello, everyone. My name is Alyssa Grenfell, and you are finding yourself in my recording studio. This is where I do my YouTube channel. I was once a ultra devout Mormon, born and raised in the church. I have pioneer ancestry, back to Joseph Smith. I left the church when I was around 23, and then kind of embarked on a whole journey of leaving the church, trying coffee for the first time. I brought my devil's bean juice for the stream today. So if you don't have your own mug, go ahead and brew yourself some. And like wearing tank tops for the first time. I mean, and on to even stranger things, like Mormons have something called garments. It's the religious underwear. So I always thought one of the weirdest parts of leaving the Mormon church is that you have to go buy new underwear. And so today, to support the atheist community of Austin, that's a tongue twister a bit, but to support this community, I wanted to do a little bit of an Ask Me Anything. I am now an atheist, as you could assume from the atheist community of Austin. And so to go from wearing religious underwear to being an atheist is quite the roller coaster, honestly. And so I'm on the stream. If you're joining from, I just posted this on Instagram. If you're joining from any of those venues, this is an AMA. So please drop any questions you have in the chat. Questions about Mormonism, atheism, leaving the religion. I know Taylor, and I know that the community has also pinned in the link that I shared. You can donate. There should also be a QR code on the screen. So please consider donating to support the atheist community of Austin as you are also typing your questions in. So I'm just gonna make my way over to the stream, and welcome to everyone who's joining. And I just wanted to get a little bit more into my history as people are, brainstorming questions. My history leaving the church, like I said, born into a devout family. A lot of people, when I was in high school, would even confuse Mormon with Amish. which is kind of crazy. I think that up until recently, maybe with Secret Lives of Mormon Wives and even like Mitt Romney running for president, I think historically Mormonism has been associated with being a very small cult that is this bizarre thing that exists in Utah. Obviously, in the religion, they practiced polygamy for all these generations. It was a very isolated group, isolated religious group. And so it has been kind of strange culturally seeing this shift to having more people be aware of it. But when I was a kid, I was always the only Mormon kid in my entire high school, the only Mormon kid in my elementary school and middle school. Maybe like my sisters were the only other people who were I had some similarities with, but yeah, I mean, I had so many different touch points in the church, whether it was things like doing baptisms for the dead for the first time. You do that when you're at the age of 12. I also, obviously, I got baptized when I was 8 years old. I had a baby blessing. There's a lot of different religious ceremonies as part of being in the religion. And so, I think that the older you get, Mormonism is interesting because the older you get, the more almost, I would use the word extreme it gets, because it starts, I would say up until probably I went on my Mormon mission, which is the thing with the black name tags. I felt like I was almost like a typical Christian, not a lot of distance between me and my other religious friends. We both went to church on Sundays. We all went to a youth group. We all went to a Bible study, even though I had Book of Mormon study, which was a whole different thing. But I think when the religion really started ratcheting up for me, which is funny to say, because I mean, even saying the phrase baptisms for the dead sounds, for anyone asking questions, some of the questions will be put on the screen here, and then I will also be able to see your questions coming in on the stream. So any questions you have, I'm sure I'll see them come through. And so by the time I was preparing to serve a mission, which I always have hated, that's the phrase the Mormons use, preparing to serve a mission, which makes it sound so like, wow, even the word serve, like I've always had a strong objection to the choice to use that word because it makes it sound like it's a service-oriented mission, whereas for Mormon missionaries, your entire objective is to get people to get baptized. And so when we would do service, like working in a food kitchen or, delivering, helping the elderly, going into nursing homes or things like that, we were literally limited in the amount of service we were allowed to do. So I would always be like, hey, we're serving a mission. Can we go help these people? And we were only allowed to do a small number of hours of true service every week, which to me, I'm like, so I try to not say the phrase like I served a mission because I feel like that's kind of stolen valor from people who actually really do service. Oh, I see. I have my first question. I'll finish my story and then I'll get to the question. So before I went on my Mormon mission, and yeah, that's the new phrase. Instead of served a mission, I went on a Mormon mission. There's a big temple ceremony called the endowment, and you have to complete this ritual before you're permitted to go on a mission. So I'm going to put a bookmark there in my Mormon story. And I'm going to get to this question. Nicholas asks, hi, Alyssa, I want to use Quit Mormon to remove my church records, but it asked me to sign up and I don't remember my LDS church account password. Are there any other ways I can remove my records? That's a great question. I do think that, the church does make it pretty difficult and that's part of the crazy thing when it comes to leaving the Mormon church. People will say, oh, if you want to leave a church, just stop going. But there are so many elements that make leaving the church very difficult. One of which is that they basically, when you get baptized, it creates a membership record, and to get that record removed is actually pretty difficult. So Nicholas is asking, so there's a website called Quit Mormon, but it's basically a pro bono law firm who, on behalf of ex-Mormons like me, I did this with Quit Mormon, the law firm will basically send the church a letter to say, hey, you need to allow this person to remove their records from the church, which is absolutely wild that, like, to remove your membership records from a religion, you have to use a lawyer. If you don't want to use Quit Mormon, they historically have asked people to go in person, which creates a very stressful dynamic because you have to go talk to a bishop or a stake president and ask for them to remove your records. For this person, for Nicholas, I do think that there are ways to, it's a good question, and you might have to talk to someone from the church, which I actually know is very not preferred. I also know some people now use a notary. You could also, I'm guessing that if you sent Quit Mormon an email, they would figure it out for you, because I'm just guessing, but I feel like they are highly motivated to help people in this situation. So my suggestion would either be trying to call church headquarters, and you could all even just be like feigning and pretending like, oh, I'm less active, trying to get more involved. Can you help me with my membership number? And then I'm sure they'll help you, and then you can use it to get out of there. Yes, and just a reminder for anyone just now joining, we are running a fundraiser. There's a QR code. Let's see if I point the right way. No, it's right there. There's a QR code, so don't forget to check out the QR code if you want to support the atheist community of Austin. Best of luck with trying to get your name removed. I did that about 5 years ago, and it was a very freeing experience to finally feel like I am actually fully out of the church, because so many people leave the church, but because the church makes it so difficult to remove your name from its records, a lot of people just stay on the membership rolls even though they want no association with the church at all. I'm going to take a drink. Take a drink with me if you're sipping coffee too. Or if you're sipping something harder. And so basically back to, I put my bookmark in, I'll go back to my bookmark and take it back out. That, I think, was my first moment of realizing just how extreme, and that was the day that I feel like I was like, this is a cult. Because growing up, I would always be told by all my non-Mormon friends that they'd be like, you're in a cult, Alyssa, you're in a cult. And I'd be like, whatever, like, why are you, I just study the Bible. Which honestly, even any religion, now that I'm an atheist, I'm like, all religion has the same energy in my mind, which is very like predatory. But yeah, so the endowment ceremony, it is kind of like a ripoff of a Masonic ceremony. And this comes from Joseph Smith, just like most of the Mormon church, the Book of Mormon, garments, all of these things, blessings, priesthood, these are inventions that were originally made by Joseph Smith. He would say he got them from God, but I would say he made them up or stole them. I mean, the Book of Mormon is kind of a plagiarism on another book. The Masonic temple ceremony is, or the Mormon temple ceremony is a plagiarism of Masonry. So he, to say he made it up is almost giving him too much credit. We won't give him that much credit. He is stealing things at this point, but when I went through, and you can look up, I have a video of it on my channel. It's my most ever viewed video, probably because it's the wildest thing that's ever happened to me. You wear robes, a big green apron. For women, you have this veil. It's almost like a bonnet with a veil that comes over your face. As part of the ceremony, you learn the secret handshakes that you were told that these are the signs and tokens that you'll need in order to pass through the gates of heaven. So in that, like, basically in my Mormon mind, I'm imagining, okay, when I die and get to heaven, I am going to walk through the pearly, or I'm going to walk up to the pearly gates. And then the angels who are going to be there like, whoa, hold up, lady. And they're going to be like, do you know the handshakes? And I'll be like, doing the handshakes. It's like, you can look those up too, but they're not very exciting handshakes. I almost wish you got some like fun spinning and you don't get and there's no fun like inside joke handshakes. It's more just like, there's one where one person puts their fingers against the palm of the other, or the wrist of the other person, and you interlock pinkies and thumbs. So God wants to be sure that you know that in order to get into heaven. So you learn all these handshakes, and also part of this temple ceremony is that you don't really know what's going to happen to you before you go into it. And so you've lived your whole life expecting that the temple will be like the most important thing that you ever experience. And nobody tells you what happens inside. Nobody tells you what you're going to wear. And then suddenly you are just like chanting in a circle. There's this one portion where you're all lined up. You're doing the handshakes with your right hand. You do the handshake with the person next to you. I'll raise my hand. And then this hand is to the square. And then you say a few prayers. And then you say, "Oh God, hear the words of my mouth" 3 times. And you're standing there and everybody's in these silly outfits and you're like, maybe my friends were right about the cult thing. I have another question from Nicholas. Nicholas, coming through. So basically, to close that, you have to do this whole ceremony before you can go on your mission. And so the reason I felt kind of radicalized by, or even just like, I really hated the temple experience, which was kind of one element of why I didn't really want, I didn't want to have to wear the religious underwear. You also you receive your religious underwear as part of that ceremony. And when I got home, I was like, I don't want to wear these like that. This entire thing has made me feel like I don't even want to be a part of this religion. But the social pressure very much pushed me into feeling like I just gotta, I just have to go on my mission. So, and then when you're on your mission, you're paying money. You're paying, I think, about $500 a month. You're paying to not talk to your family. This is for me at least. Knock on doors all day. You're basically paying to do sales for the church. So it's like, it's not even that they're paying you. It's not even that you're doing it for free. It's that you're paying to go knock on people's doors. A question from a few people. Oh, wow. Okay, sorry, I'm missing some of these questions. Taking a few questions now. How did you tell your family? So it was very difficult for me to tell my family. I was really overwhelmed because I knew it was going to be, to me, it's almost like, in their mind, it's almost like a death for someone to leave the church. Because when I was a devout member, I saw other people leave, and I feel like people processed it like it was a death. Because in Mormon heaven, to get to the highest level of Mormon heaven, you have to be a devout member of the Mormon church. So for anybody who leaves, it's not just that they're no longer in your faith. You also have to face the prospect that you're no longer going to see them in heaven, really. So a mother is not only processing, oh, my child is living a different way. A mother might process this as, I will no longer be with you in heaven for eternity. So I broke the news by, I talked to each of them one-on-one, and everybody kind of reacted to it differently. I feel like there were a lot of really strong feelings, but I do still have a relationship with my family. I love them. But I do feel like it definitely made me the black sheep. Let's see, what do Mormons think of... What do Mormons think of Stan in comparison to other Christians' thought of Satan? Oh, okay. What do Mormons think of Satan? So Mormons actually think Satan is Jesus's brother, which is strange. I've learned, as a kid, you're always like thinking everybody's learning the same things about these things, but very much not so. Satan is essentially basically God, the belief is that God created everything on earth, all beings, everything in the universe, and every spirit. And there's also Heavenly Mother in Mormon doctrine. So to go back a little bit, Heavenly Father, Heavenly Mother, knocked boots, sorry, I had my microphone. They got together in the way lovers do, and they had spirit babies. And their spirit babies are souls. So Heavenly Father, Heavenly Mother make a soul, and then earthly mother and earthly father make a body, and that soul comes over and inhabits the body. So you're like, the Mormon belief is that you are basically like, your body is just a shell to house the spirit child of Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother. The belief is that Jesus is one of those spirit children, and then also Satan is one of those spirit children. And so that's kind of, so, and then in the war in heaven, basically, I know this is a lot of convoluted doctrine here, but in the war in heaven, which is vaguely referenced in the Bible, but Mormons really fixate on it, Jesus and Satan presented two different plans. Satan's plan, God was like, no, I don't like that. And so Satan led away a third of the spirit babies. And so basically Mormons believe in possession because the idea is that the spirit babies that Satan led away try to tempt the humans here on earth, and also inhabit their bodies, because those spirits are jealous that they never got a body, and so they go and and some people will say, like, when you sin, when you do something like drink coffee, it is like almost like allowing Satan or another of his minions to like inhabit your body. And then, you're possessed or whatever. So that's a brief overview of Satan. And I hope that was fully your question. I'm going to scroll up a bit. I was wondering if there's an incident, inciting incident that drove you to start writing your book, or was the idea floating around in your head for a long time? That's a great question. And I do have a book. It's right there, and you can't really, it's like hard to see, but it's called How to Leave the Mormon Church. And, it's interesting because I had that idea for a book in my notes app. And I think probably a lot of people are like this, where you're like, have this creative project, or you have this thing that you've thought about for a long time, and you're kind of like, who will ever read that? Or like, no one wants to hear what I have to say about any of these things. And so I would say I probably thought about writing that book for about 2 years. And when I was about 7 or 8 months pregnant, I kind of, sometimes I think when you're pregnant or like going through any major life change, you're just like, I'm going to do something. Like you almost get this like bug of like, I got to switch things up. So at that time, I was like, I sat down in a coffee shop. Literally, I was like, this is the best place to write the beginning of this book. I sat down in a coffee shop and I wrote the introduction. And so I think it was kind of just like wanting to have done it for so long, and also being kind of scared too, because I knew my family was going to have a really strong reaction to it. And so I think I finally was like, F it, I'm just going to do this thing that I've wanted to do for a really long time. And even if no one reads it, I just want to get it out of me. Like, it's like a thing that has been floating around in my mind for so long, I can no longer just ignore this feeling. And so not like a strong, I don't know if that fully answers the question, but I think I finally was like, I'm letting it out. Okay, I have another question here. I live in a very atheist environment, and not believing is standard here. So I'm interested in what made you question your faith in the first place. Great question. Yeah, so let me fix my chat over here so that I can be sure I'm getting everybody. Yeah, that's a great question. I would say that I think because I was raised in this Mormon household and had learned to understand God in a very specific way, that God gives us messages. Mormons call it revelation. I just had a lot of experiences where essentially I had revelation from God, and it would turn out to be just false. Like there's some that are longer stories, but one easy story to tell that's quick is I prayed and received a really strong revelation that I was going to marry someone. And this was like when I was on my mission, I was living righteously. I was very in tune with the Spirit, as Mormons say. And God was like, "You're going to marry that guy." And I was like, wow, I just found out who my future husband is going to be. And I took it really seriously. And then I got home from my mission and we didn't even date. He was already dating someone else. A few months go by and I meet Jackson, who we started dating seriously, and he's now my husband of 10 years. So safe to say, that was not true. And it's funny because when you tell Mormons these types of stories, they're like, well, it's almost like they'll be like, well, maybe you're going to get divorced and marry that guy. And I'm like, is that really what you hope for me? And also I'm pretty sure he's married now. So he was like, you want 2 divorces so that this fake revelation I had can be true? That's crazy. No, so there's a lot of rationalization that happens around revelation, but I think I just had enough of those stacking experiences where over and over and over again, I would be like betting on a revelation, betting on this concept of God. And finally, I realized, if I am following reason instead of revelation, the reason is actually, my brain is leading me down a better path than God at this point. I'm beginning to feel like I can make better decisions for my life by just thinking through things and having logic than by trying to, open up the Book of Mormon and point to a verse and read it and try to connect it and pray and seek revelation and go to church and do all of these things that you're taught to do. And the culmination of all of that was essentially that after a while, I was just like, I don't think God is talking to me. And so I think that because I had these stacking moments, I was finally one day when I was about 23, willing to just open the door to the question, is God even real? Does God even exist? Is this made up? And I think even letting yourself ask those questions as someone who was raised as religious as me was really scary. But it definitely made me feel like that was my first, another inciting incident, I think. And I have about 4 minutes left of my stream. So if you have a last minute question, please feel free to drop it in the chat. Also, another quick reminder to consider donating to the ACA. The QR code is over here. It's hard because it's backwards for me. Consider scanning the QR code, sending a donation. Really, anything helps. This is to support the atheist community out here, and we would really appreciate your support. And so I have one more question that I'll answer. My mom and I were talking the other day. She ended up saying she'd probably go to hell according to the Mormons because she read the Book of Mormon and heard LDS lessons and didn't believe, even though she was never baptized. No Mormons in the family either. How accurate is that? Yeah, so that is kind of similar because of what I was explaining about the celestial kingdom, the highest level of Mormon heaven. The belief is that if you hear the truth, and then you reject it, it's kind of proof or evidence that maybe you'll never reach that devout Mormon status, even in the afterlife. And they might have even taught her that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if missionaries at some point were like, if you reject this message, that's a sign you're not going to be in the highest level of heaven. And so I I would say that now Mormons would probably rationalize this by saying something like, well, you're going to have more opportunities to learn the message, and maybe now your heart will be more open to and more receptive to this most important message in the afterlife and spirit prison and spirit paradise. If you're curious about anything of what I'm sharing, I highly suggest Googling Mormon afterlife flowchart. Will probably pull it up, or like you can also look up LDS Plan of Salvation, and you'll see the whole flowchart of some of the things I've touched on: the pre-earth life, spirit prison, and spirit paradise, the three kingdoms of glory. I always have felt like if you need a flowchart to explain your afterlife and pre-life system, maybe your theology is like a little too confusing. But yeah, I think I definitely think that she's probably onto something there, because there is a doctrine in the church that, like, if you receive the message of the gospel and reject it, it's like a sign that you are almost doomed. If, like, in my words, that's like how I would put it. Think the LDS church will change its stance on trans people. I hope, I mean, you can always hope that they would become, the church has changed a lot of things over the years, and I know I only have 1 minute left, so I might get cut off when I say this, but the church has changed a lot of things over the years, like reversing the ban on Black members receiving the priesthood or having temple privileges. They've also reversed the stance on polygamy, kind of. I mean, some of that doctrine is still in place, but they no longer practice polygamy. And so, because the church has changed some things, I feel like really anyone LGBTQ has a lot of hope if they are faithful. I think they're faithfully kind of hoping and praying, like, hopefully this policy or this doctrine will change in the next decade or 2 or 50, who cares how long it takes. I did just see a YouTube video of a trans person who was like, I'm a Mormon, I believe in the Book of Mormon, I'm trans, and I'm reconciling my faith with my identity. And, I think there are people out there who are trying to make it work. And when the religion is like your whole life, that's really hard to step away from. It's really hard, I think, to just be like, I think a lot of people are like, I'll just be celibate my whole life, because Mormons believe if you're LGBTQ, as long as you don't, quote, act on it, you're still like allowed to participate fully, and you wouldn't get excommunicated or chastised. You just have to be celibate your whole life, which is like I've talked to queer ex-Mormons, and they're like, that was such a horrifying reality that I could really only do that for a few years before I was like, I can't just commit to a life of celibacy. I need to have love, which is like the most basic human need. And they deserve that. And so I do see gay and LGBTQ members of the church trying to make it work. And I as someone who was once devout, I'm like, I kind of get, wanting to just like push through these feelings. I think a lot of them do end up leaving ultimately. Like, there was a guy who was gay, and he was heavily involved in conversion therapy, and he acted as a gay conversion therapist for the church. He was like, I'm gay, I'm married with 7 kids, I'm making it work, so you can too. And he did that for 15 years. And then after, I think that was about how long. And then finally he was like, no, I am really I want to be with a man. And now I believe he's now married to a man, and he's now he's publicly outspoken to say, hey, conversion therapy doesn't work. It's actually religious abuse, and we need to stop shoveling this down people's mouths, but unfortunately, even when he leaves that system, there's going to be some new young gay man who's like, well, I'm going to make it work no matter what. It's like the church produces a lot of people who are trying to make it work, and unfortunately, they kind of reinforce this narrative that it's possible, when ultimately a lot of them do still leave. But yeah, I mean, I do hope the church will soften its stance on all issues, all LGBTQ issues. I hope that eventually they'll allow gay and queer marriages in the temple for people who want to do that. I mean, ultimately, I don't think this is a community that's going away. And so if it's not going to go away, we might as well hope that it's as healthy as possible for the people that are involved in it. And so my hope would be that people would choose to leave. But obviously I'm biased as an ex-Mormon, like that's the choice I made. But if they don't choose to leave and they choose to stay, then the next best option is for them to find a way to be healthy within that environment and for the church to become more kind and more welcoming. I'm going to do one final pitch for the donation. I believe that's the end of my time. Please consider donating to the atheist community of Austin. I know that a lot of people will really benefit from the support. I know there's a lot of people out here who are searching for community after leaving religion and searching for community as their identities change. And so please consider donating to support that. It's also, I love that it's an in-person organization where you can go in person and meet other people and connect with your community and have community events. So many things right now are just online, and I think it makes us really disconnected from our community. So if you want to support a community that really uplifts like-minded people and gives resources, please consider donating. I think that's my time, but I'm not sure when to tell if the stream has changed. If I need to keep going, I'll keep going. Okay, I'm gonna sign off. Okay. Thank you all for joining today. Thank you for your amazing questions. I hope you learned a lot. If you're curious about any of the crazy things I talked about, I do have my own YouTube channel, Alyssa Grenfell. You're welcome to go check it out. Please consider donating, and thank you for watching.
America needs a tidal wave of the old-time religion.
I have sinned against you.
How dare you! We have no need to doubt God.
The harlot Babylon is preparing the nations to receive the Antichrist.
I didn't even build that house with money from the church. I built it with money from my book.
I don't make this stuff up.
Repenting of your sins.
It is a moral issue.
They got together and swore a pact to the devil.
I just enjoy seeing people worship, praising God.
Hey everybody, welcome to
Believe It
or Not.
Again, this is an old throwback.
We're back as a team.
That's right, since I was fired because of the allegations.
And here it is, Trevor and Damien back together again.
They were thrown out.
Cleared his name.
Cleared.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, turns out that puppy was hiding.
Yeah, and that guy's grandma shouldn't have been mouthing off if she didn't want to get,
Exactly. But we're here with the ACA. We're fundraising for the ACA, the Atheist Community of Austin. What do you know about Austin?
It's in Texas. Being in Toronto, I know about Austin Matthews.
Oh, yeah. Who's that?
A hockey guy.
Oh, I don't know hockey.
Yeah, that's about it. Austin city limits.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And Austin, there's also Austin, Massachusetts.
Okay.
Where Harvard is.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll appreciate that one.
You ever see the movie Road Trip?
Yeah.
But it's Saturday morning. We're here with the ACA on a Saturday morning. What were your Saturday mornings like as a child?
Oh man, you got to sleep in, and then when you finally do wake up, you turn on the TV. You're watching all the great shows. You're putting on Fox Kids. You're putting on all kinds of things. You're having some breakfast cereal. You're having some Fruit Loops. You're having some Lucky
Charms.
Maybe you're having controversial. I know not a lot of people love these, but I don't mind these every once in a while.
Sugar Crisp.
Every once in a while.
Yeah.
It's like a once a year cereal.
Fair enough. I don't eat cereal a lot.
Oh.
But I do love my Lucky Charms once in a while.
Okay, I don't like Lucky Charms. The marshmallows make my teeth feel funny.
Oh, really?
Really.
Okay.
They're too dry.
So what we're gonna do
is
we're gonna pour ourselves some cereals.
I think I'll have Fruit Loops.
Okay, I'm gonna have some Lucky Charms. And we're gonna watch, instead of watching cartoons,
which I used to do. I still do.
Yeah. We're gonna watch some Christian children's entertainment, and maybe sing some children's Christian songs, or I'll just read you the Christian lyrics.
You know what? That sounds great. I didn't really grow up with any of this stuff, albeit maybe a few Veggie Tales, but I feel like I saw more of the secular ones.
Yeah, the edited for TV.
Yeah.
Get God out of there.
I was watching Dragon Ball and Digimon.
You ever watch Sharky and George, the Crime Busters of the Sea?
I can't say I have.
Oh, that was a good one.
I've seen Shark Tale.
Shark Tale. When the shrimp was like, it's just that when, but normally the ACA, there's a lot of call-in shows.
Yeah, there are a lot of call-ins, but you know, we thought maybe we could try calling in to someplace special, to, you know, get you guys excited for what we're doing here, right? So why don't we just, I just got a special number I'm gonna dial here if you don't mind, bear with us. Okay. All right. It's ringing.
Thank you for calling the Vatican. For service in English, press 1.
Press 1.
For Latin, press 2. For
One.
To schedule a tour of the Vatican City, press 1.
Okay.
For holy services, press 2.
No, we don't need that.
For exorcisms and spiritual cleansing, press 3.
I wouldn't mind.
For all other services, press 4.
Probably that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
For abuse cover-ups, press 1. For stain removal tips from vestments, press 2. For bulk order communion wine, press 3. To speak with the Pope himself, press 4.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Thank you. You've reached the Pope. Can't come to the phone right now. I'm currently a little caught up on some things, you know. Call you back when I get a chance, okay? Love you. Bye.
All right, well, we didn't get him now. Maybe we'll try calling him back a little later, see if we get through, I guess.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
In the meantime,
okay.
Are you familiar, and I'm sure this is, what is this, ASMR? I'm sure this is very helpful.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with
ATM?
salty?
Salty?
With a P.
Oh.
So not salty like it's salted.
No.
But like it's with a
psalm.
Like a psalm. Yeah. Named after the Psalter hymn books.
Okay.
Do you remember those? The Psalter?
I don't remember any of this.
If there's one thing kids love, it's the Psalter hymnal.
Right. And I'm sure us chewing on Mike is really going to bring in the dollars.
Yeah. Donate to the ACA.
Yeah. And you'll go Fruit Loops for what they got to offer you.
And Cuckoo for... And then, so, the first album...
Okay.
It started CDs, not CDs, pre-CDs, 1980s. So they had records and they had tapes for Salty, but they were called Kids Praise Album. And you can see here, we have, that's the first album cover, so there's no Salty on the cover, but Salty was in there. I was gonna play a clip, and then I realized that if you play a clip from an album, you're more likely to get hit with copyright.
Okay.
So I'm also gonna keep all the clips we watch short because of that, but so I thought I would reenact.
Can they shut down a live stream?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'll reenact the opening. That's happened too on the network, on the podcast network. So I was, so I'll reenact it. So there's these kids, right? And this is all audio, and they're walking along, and then they hear crying.
Oh, they're like skits?
Yeah. Well, and then it goes into music. But these kids are walking along, and then they're crying. They hear crying, and it's a book. This book is crying. And they're like, why is a book crying? And he's like, I'm Salty, the singing song book. But no kids will sing along with me. And he's like really sad. Yeah. But throughout the albums that came out afterwards, Salty became more of a leader kind of guy instead of like a sad.
Got a little confidence.
Yeah.
Started to feel good about himself.
And then eventually they started releasing it on VHS. So here's a clip from an early Salty.
I knew you could do it. Looper, watch out! Looper!
So
that's terrifying.
Yeah, that is one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen in my life. Now, in case you didn't recognize that, that's a man in a dog costume.
Wait. What?
You didn't see the man in the dog
I
costume?
was too scared by the guy in the book. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's, both of those things are creepy.
All right.
They also have multiple times in the video where kids are just on the dog's back, on the man's back. But if you're just listening, I don't think there's a listening audience, but if there is, he's got like extensions on his arms so that they match his legs.
Oh, they do, eh?
Yeah, so that you can, it's really weird. Whoops.
Very Cirque du Soleil.
Sorry, I'm going too fast here.
The funny thing this is kind of reminding me of, did you ever watch that, what was her name? Was it Mary Martin? The Peter Pan?
Oh, yeah, I did,
It was like a film staged version of it?
Yeah.
It's giving me those vibes.
Yep.
But much less whimsical.
Yeah, very less whimsical.
Much more terrifying.
Yeah.
There is someone in a dog costume in that one, too, who plays Nana, I believe.
Yeah.
So.
Which usually was, usually was a person in a costume. I think this is going to be my last bite of cereal before we ruin the whole thing, but it is very good.
Yeah.
I'll put the milk away, and then we'll watch the next clip.
Okay.
That's so good.
Very scary. You can tell that they're just, doing what they can with the budget they got.
Yeah.
But it is very, like, kids pantomime kind of vibe.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I don't think I need to watch a VHS of.
Yeah, and this wasn't a regular in my household. This was something we would watch at other people's houses. They would have it on, and me and my brothers just found it so creepy that it was never one of ours. But Salty also had many changes over time, because if you'll see, like, on the album, it's just a cartoon. Salty has a face, but it's like a cartoon face.
Yeah.
He's a drawing. But they couldn't do that live action, or they couldn't figure out how to at first. So they have this version, which he has, like, painted eyes.
Yeah.
He's blue, he has painted eyes. There's a really weird solo later on, but again, music probably gets copyrighted quicker, so I wasn't going to show that.
That's fair. Oh, here we go. I don't like how he was wearing a hat on top of his book.
Yeah, that's weird. And then this is another version, an early version of Salty. And this one has a blue beard.
Fine, we just use this place in the daytime.
And an afro.
And an afro, yeah.
I'm Salty, the singing songbook. The kids and I sing songs to Jesus.
Yeah, and so that one was weird. That one had the church mouse too. And the church mice are also very nightmare creatures. You can't tell very good from this. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
Right there.
I mean, this was when was this?
The 80s.
The 80s.
Yeah.
I feel like this is very kind of the time too.
Yeah.
Because again, that or whatever, is it Mary Martin? Is that what her name was?
I think so.
That one was a lot older, but I think of things when I see this, I think of like Lamb Chop and stuff too.
Yeah.
Even there's a bit of that kind of strange children's programming on a budget.
Yeah. My parents accidentally rented that Peter Pan for us when we were kids. They went to get the Disney one, and they accidentally got that one, and we still loved it. Like, it was like...
We watched that one a lot at my house for some reason. I don't know why. We had it on VHS.
So then in the 90s, they did upgrade it so that it was a kind of a puppetry face.
Yep.
So we'll watch this clip here.
We'll be billeting with our father during the summer respite. He's accompanying us to the Nine Flags theme park, some St. Louis Cardinals baseball game, and a plethora of the city's other cultural highlights.
Oh.
Yeah, that was too soon. So we went right into the next clip.
All right.
A very racist next clip. So this is from the Salty movie.
Oh, there's a movie?
Yeah. So it was straight to VHS, but it had like a full narrative. They were riding a train. Salty was going around the country. And then they had this little like song that had a scenario where they imagined they were being thrown in a cauldron by natives of some country in that very racist 90s and 80s.
They loved that then.
Yeah, they loved it. It was in one of their Ernest Goes to Africa movie.
Yeah.
They did that.
Yep.
But yeah, that's this one.
Trusting that the Lord will work it out.
That risky rat is not gonna stop us. We'll climb the highest mountain, swim the deepest sea.
I feel like there's a whole other layer to the problematic nature of these clips with this is because it is a Christian like media source. Whereas they would very gladly go to these places and try and convert them. Yeah. So, you know, I don't know. Not only is it just very racist, but it's also just problematic for those reasons as well.
Yeah, very much like there was a song that was popular around the same time, which we discussed on the old podcast called Please Don't Send Me to Africa.
Right, I remember that.
And it was the same tropes of like, the people are going to eat me, and the lions are going to eat me, and everything's going to eat me. And yeah, just a bunch of racism is really what it was, what it comes down to.
I'm proud of
Oh, did I not get? There was another. Oh yeah, so this is modern Salty.
Oh, they're still going.
Yeah, he's still going.
They're keeping the franchise alive.
They gotta.
Okay.
So this is all puppets now. I muted the audio again because of the song, and I couldn't find any modern Salty that wasn't just. It's just YouTube videos now of a song. Right. So it's not like an hour-long VHS where they do narratives that I could find anyway. It looks like it's just YouTube videos.
I will say the puppets look way better.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go with the puppet. The creepy man sticking his head out was always the worst. But this is a song called "Don't Be a Chicken," and it's telling kids to share their faith.
Okay.
Yeah. And saying, don't be a chicken, bok, bok, bok. Don't be a chicken, be bold. And then you're supposed to share your faith with other children and be bold in your...
I love how it's always framed as sharing your faith and not just annoy people with your belief system.
Yeah. Do you find, like, whenever I see a video of a street preacher on TikTok, there's always comments underneath it where people are like, don't do this, or I'll comment, don't do this, you're ruining people's day. And then it's people like, why can't you just let people believe what they believe?
We do.
Yeah.
But you're not letting us believe what we believe.
Yeah, one of the ones I commented on, they were standing outside a patio where people were eating their lunch.
Oh, great.
And he's just yelling in a microphone into this patio where these people are eating their lunch. And it's like, yeah, let people believe what they believe, but also, I'm trying to eat my club sandwich here.
It's also very insidious to getting, I mean, that's kind of how these systems work.
Yeah.
But like framing it to the kids is that you're not proselytizing, you're not preaching, you're not doing this, you're sharing.
Yeah.
Sharing's good. Sharing means that you care about people and you want this stuff. But sure, sharing ideas can be fine.
Yeah.
But like, leave me alone.
Yeah. And
I'm 8.
Don't call me a chicken for not sharing my faith with Billy.
Oh yeah, that's also too. That's coercive.
Yeah.
It's not even just like share it because you think it's good. It's share it because you're a chicken if you don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not very Christian. Well, maybe it is actually very Christian.
Yeah, it feels very Christian. Yeah. Yeah. So often you're like, it's not very Christian, and then you
wait a minute. Maybe
have you read that book?
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right.
And then there was also a very similar format to Salty, but it wasn't Salty.
Okay.
This one started again as albums, and then there was VHS, and then there was a TV show on Trinity Broadcasting, I believe. Yeah, TBN, Trinity Broadcasting.
This is a separate company,
thing.
Separate thing.
Yeah,
altogether.
and it was called Colby's Place first, and then it was Colby's Clubhouse. And it was a computer that was friends with kids and would teach them about the Lord our God. Yeah, this is...
I'm proud of all of you today. You've chosen to do things God's way. You see, if you do what just feels good, you end up hurting others and yourself.
What?
If you do what just feels good, you end up hurting others and yourself. And that was from an episode where they were, it was the popular crowd. And it was about what you do to get into the popular crowd.
Okay.
And you don't want to leave people out, and you don't want to be mean to people in order to be popular.
But what does that have to do with doing what feels good?
Well, if you do what feels good, then you're being mean.
Right, but what if including those people feels good?
Yeah, I would say, like,
Then-
it feels good to be nice to people.
So would it be better not to include them then?
Yeah, I would say so.
It feels bad to not include them. Huh.
Friggin'.
I'm getting mixed messages here. Also, his keys are where his crotch is, and that's pretty problematic.
That is problematic.
Yeah, do you think Colby ever says, look something up on my computer?
Yeah.
You think he does?
Do you think... Yeah, and there's no adults there either.
No, those kids should not be having unsupervised computer time.
No.
Especially not then.
And this is this clip I've seen a lot lately. It's been going viral. It's another clip from Colby's Clubhouse where the plot of the episode is this kid wants to sell his skateboard because it's not as cool as his friend's skateboard.
Okay.
And then a pro skater shows up and says, actually, I have a similar skateboard that I do all my practicing on.
To the Lord, He gives you back even more.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, BJ, there's a lot of guys that can skateboard real good, but they're not doing it for the Lord. It doesn't matter how good you are, it's what your attitude is. That's what God really cares about. You skateboard for Him and not to show off in front of your friends.
I guess this is one of those things that I hear a lot where they're like, you need to do this for the Lord. You need to do this for the... What do you mean skateboard for the Lord? How are you skateboarding for the Lord?
You go on Kobe's Clubhouse.
But how is that skateboarding for the Lord?
Because you telling people about the Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. They would say that all the time. No matter what your job is, no matter what you do, if you're at school or if you're at work, you're doing it for the Lord. And what does that mean? It means capitalism. It means don't challenge the system.
Yeah, it just seems like, it sounds like such a miserable way to kind of be.
Yeah.
You should be able to do things for yourself and the people you care about. And not be like, oh, I'm doing this because I have to do it for God for whatever reason. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Again, someone who didn't grow up in it, it's very weird to me.
Very, very strange.
Oh, a little tangent. I went to breakfast today, and as I was sitting down, someone beside me, they actually asked what cheeses were in something, but for some reason I thought they were asking about Jesus. I got very upset for a minute there. And then she's like, oh, we got Colby, we got cheddar. I'm like, oh, God, okay, they're talking about cheese.
Cheese, yep. That does seem... Now, you work in a restaurant.
Yeah.
Do you ever get the tracks as tips?
No, actually.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Not really the crowd where I am,
you're at a brew place.
Yeah, so fortunately.
Yeah.
We do get quite a few people from the Salvation Army, though.
Oh, okay.
'Cause one of their offices is near us.
Right.
So that's its own thing.
I'm surprised they're allowed in there.
Yeah, they come in for lunch. They don't drink.
Okay.
They just come in for lunch most of the time.
Yeah.
Again, they're fine.
Yeah.
I don't agree with them, so.
Yeah. The worst ones were, there were these hippies, these like spiritual hippie people that would do the drum circle.
Yeah.
At a popular park in Toronto. They were the worst customers.
Yeah.
And then we didn't get a huge after-church crowd, but every once in a while, and they were pretty bad too.
Right.
And I only got a tract as a tip once.
I mean, I don't feel like a vegan restaurant is the most church-friendly crowd.
No.
But
yeah. You get the hip church.
Yeah, you get the hip church. I feel like my neighborhood is, if anything, they're more of like that kind of Catholic crowd.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Where it's just part of their life, but they don't really care.
Yeah. Speaking of Catholic, do you think we should try again?
Let's,
or is it too soon?
Let's see if we can get him back on the line here, okay? I think I still got the number saved. Okay.
Hey, thank you for calling the Pope. Sorry I can't come to the phone right now. I'm currently taking a poop. The Pope is taking a poop, and I'll be back in a minute, huh?
Well, you know what they say.
Oh, I missed him again.
Everybody poops. You don't think of the Pope as human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder how long it takes him to get those robes up. Do you think it's easy or do you think it's hard?
Yeah, that's a good question.
What does he have to do if he's in the Pope Mobile and he has to...
Well, I'm sure that's built in.
You think it's built in?
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, that's why it's so high.
They have a whole throne in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. Okay.
Do you know Superbook?
No.
If you had to guess what Superbook was about, what would you guess?
Is it about a Bible with superpowers?
Yes.
Actually?
Basically, it's a time-traveling Bible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So there's a modern iteration. I'll show you a short clip of that. Whoops. So that's right after David chops off Goliath's head, and these kids from modern times.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So you know how David killed Goliath, and then he chops off his head.
Okay.
Well, this is right after that, and so we got a robot and two kids, and they're celebrating.
I like the robots waving two red flags.
Yeah.
So
because this is a giant red flag.
Giant red flag.
Yeah. It's the animator who's like, gotta put in some signal that maybe if you're showing your kids this, it's a huge red flag.
Yeah, I mean that's another Christian special where you're kind of trying to preach, kindness and humility, but then you're also glorifying horrible murder.
Yeah.
Executing a giant and cutting their head off is pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's all good because it's in the name of the Lord. They're beheading him for the Lord, and that's okay. Whether you're grinding the half pipe or killing a giant.
As long as you're doing it for the Lord.
It's all right.
Yeah.
That's what we've learned.
Yeah.
I'm sure you all know that.
Amen. So call in. Oh wait, we're
not doing a call in. I'm
that.
so sorry.
Yeah, we're not connected. We don't have the dials. But the original Superbook was not a computer animated show. It was from 1981, I believe, the year of my birth. Pat Robertson helped produce it and got it done. I don't think he was actually involved in the making of it, but his company brought it to America. But it was he also produced it in Japan, or for the they sent the money to get people in Japan to make it. But it was an anime from Japan. And it was actually very influential in getting more anime to come to America. But here's a very short clip.
The first man and woman on Earth. Would you like to travel back in time to meet them?
No, I'm scared.
There's nothing to fear. Trust me. I will protect you.
That's creepy. That's the Superbook when they first meet the Superbook.
Don't worry, I'll protect you. Trust me. To two young children.
What? It's like none of these kids are safe.
Listen. This is in line with the church. It's fine.
Yeah.
They're gonna protect the kids. We know they're fine.
They're fine. Yeah. So these kids are cleaning out an attic, going through these books. Then they hear one book making noises, and they're like, "What's going on?" And then they're trying to get the book open, and then it opens, and it's like, "Hey, I'm actually a Superbook, and I can help you travel through time to any of these stories."
Okay. So they're not worried that they have a haunted book. They just trust it.
Yeah, they just trust it. Well, because it's said you can trust it.
No, but it's probably a haunted book.
Yeah, but if you find a haunted book,
goblins.
No, rules of haunted books are they have to tell you whether or not you can trust them.
Oh, okay, it's like a cop. They have to tell you if it's a cop.
Yeah,
if it's
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
It's,
That is
everybody
the law,
knows
right?
it. It's the law in every country.
Yeah. Okay.
Every county.
But what if it really was a haunted book?
Oh, then it would be demonic.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Anyway, should we watch more of these?
Superbook? Now, if you're wondering where the robot came from,
where did I was gonna ask, what's the robot?
The robot was the toy robot that they had.
Oh, they already had it.
Yeah, they had a toy robot, and when Superbook, sorry, I'm just petting my cat. When Superbook appeared, it knocked over this toy robot. So I guess the super powerful, intelligent version of the Word of God thought that this toy robot was a real robot and turned it into a real robot.
So is the robot embodying Superbook, or is it separate from
It's
Superbook?
separate, and it's its own character.
And it just decided to embody this robot for some reason, gave it sentience.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
For whatever reason, yeah.
Okay.
So let's see.
This must be Beersheba, don't you think, Chris?
And they were told that this is where, so they're visiting Jacob and Esau here. Do you know Jacob and Esau?
I have a friend named Jacob.
Oh, okay. And does he have a twin brother named Esau who's really hairy?
He might.
Yeah.
I
So
should
that's
ask him.
Jacob and Esau from the Bible.
Really hairy guy.
Really hairy guy.
Like a wolf man?
Like a wolfman.
Like a wolf
Yeah.
man, okay.
And is it Wolfman or Wolfman? Is it a last name?
Wolf person.
Wolf.
We want to be
Yeah.
inclusive.
Yeah. Thank you for that. But yeah, so they meet Jacob and Esau. They meet Noah. They go on Noah's Ark.
Yeah. You know, that place probably stinks, you know?
Yeah.
That many animals on a big boat.
And what I love is that not only did like the predator animals.
Oh, I thought you meant like Alien versus Predator.
Yeah, Alien versus Predator. But the predator animals just held it in.
Oh.
Not only while they were on the boat.
Yeah.
But until the animals bred enough after the boat so that they could hunt without making the animals go extinct.
Well, they probably just ordered them like hamburgers and stuff.
Oh, true. Yeah.
They got delivery,
Yeah.
DoorDash or something.
That makes more sense, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they like, no, they'll be fine if they got,
Yeah.
you know, McDoubles or something.
Yeah, that's true.
That'd be my guess. Otherwise, I don't know how they would have, you know, survived on the ship. Because they would have had 2x2, but then they would have had to have a store of extras for eating.
Right.
Because what do they eat? Just cereal?
I think they had, so it was seven of
grains.
7 of every clean animal so they could eat.
Clean animal.
But I think that was just for them to eat.
What is that? The
So,
ones
like,
that are kosher?
Kosher, except for this video is supposed to, the Noah's Ark story is supposed to happen before they had the law, but I guess they already knew about the law. Yeah.
It sounds like some revisionist history.
It sounds like it.
A little bit, maybe.
Yeah. But then also with Superbook, there was another, Jagger's trying to get into my cereal.
Lucky Charms.
Yeah. No, you can't have my Lucky Charm. Is that offensive?
They're after me, Lucky Charms.
So there was also another cartoon called The Flying House. Now, I thought when I was a kid, The Flying House was cooler than Superbook. I liked Superbook. Flying House was cooler probably because my church didn't get it in the library as often as they got Superbook.
Okay.
And that's the thing, too. I didn't watch these on TV. We just waited until they got it in our church library.
Yeah, it was free.
Yeah.
So, and it's, you know, sometimes it's hard to get obscure media.
It's true.
So.
No, I think VHS in the church library was $1 for the week.
Oh, okay. Well,
Books were free.
$1's not bad.
Yeah, $1 not bad. Yeah, $1 not bad.
$1 not bad.
This
$2?
is $2. $2 bad.
$2 bad.
Oh wait, that's.
$1 million, and you can't think of anything you want except food. Okay, Smarty, how would you use the money? Let me think. I'd put it in my bank.
Just love that clip.
Is that
That's from the Flying House.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah,
though.
it's the
Two young
same.
Kids, a robot.
Yeah.
What?
But instead of a book that takes them through time, it's this wacky scientist makes a flying house that also travels through time.
Kind of like Doctor Who almost.
A little Doctor Who-ish. Yeah.
I mean, but honestly too, I think I'd prefer the sub to the dub.
True.
I usually watch the subs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think is going on here?
This is some more puppet stuff. Is that a butthole or a donut?
That is a donut.
Okay.
Or
a bagel, maybe.
That is a donut.
Okay.
That is Duncan, the
Dunkin'.
donut.
Okay, that's copyright infringement. I
It
think.
feels like it is.
I think it might be.
Yeah, but it's spelled like the name.
Right.
Yeah.
It's on the fence.
It's on the fence.
You what I don't get is why does all Christian, like, I understand that it's probably low budget.
Yeah.
But do they not have one creative person who can actually make decent character design?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why does it all look like such dog shit?
Yeah, I don't know. I always, when I was a kid, I thought that the donut looked so real and so good, and I was like blown away. Like, how do they do that? How do they get them? But it's obviously just a black sock on the hand, and then
it doesn't look bad.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
Yeah,
it's very like again Muppet-esque.
Yeah, I would make it sugar glazed.
Okay.
Do you know Donut Man? Are you familiar with the concept around Donut Man?
Is he a Christian donut? Is that what it is?
It's Donut Man. So this is here.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm still kind of glazed over.
Oh, is it time for donut repair? Do we have lots of donuts to fix?
Yeah, Duncan, lots and lots. Yeah.
So Donut Repair Club is the name of the club.
Wait. Why are they repairing them?
Because they got a hole in the middle. Oh. So the song goes, and I think it was the song that started the whole thing, and then they created the Donut Man out of this. But the song goes, life without Jesus is like a donut. Mm-hmm. Like a donut.
Okay.
Like a donut.
Like a donut.
There's a hole in the middle of your heart.
Oh.
It's the God-shaped hole thing, but they use donuts as a thing. So the Donut Repair Club, they get donuts, and then they put like Timbits or donut holes in the middle. You're stuffing donut holes.
See, the funny thing about that is that the whole thing about Christianity is about having a creator and that we're made in like divine or what's it called? Where everything
we're
is
made in His image.
Yeah, no, like divine, not divine. Oh, why can't I think of this now? not the scientific part, but
yeah.
Fuck. Anyway, a donut is made that way with a hole in the middle, intentionally by a creator.
Yeah,
that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
and then you're trying to stuff it up.
Okay, so
that seems the opposite of what we're talking about.
Whenever you reach a problem within Christianity, if there's something that doesn't make sense, you have two options: free will, or the fall. I think this one, the fall, works best.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like your excuse would be when the fall happened, God was always a part of us, but we let Him go or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. So then now we have a hole because we were supposed to have God in our hearts, but a lot of people rejected Him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So we're donuts, and we need to have our holes filled by God.
Yeah. So the basic premise of the Donut Man is that you need to have your holes filled by God.
And you need to be glazed.
And you need to be glazed.
You need to have your holes filled and glazed by God. And you need to have, I guess, a bunch of children there to witness that.
And was that an expression for when you're waking up? I've only heard it in terms of when you're stoned.
Oh, stoned?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not, okay.
Oh. This is 10:30 in the morning.
No, but I guess like eyes glazed over.
Yeah, glazed over,
yeah. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
But also, the manic energy that Christian content people have sometimes is crazy. It kind of reminds me, I've been, for whatever reason, seeing clips of these really weird, like, sober raves and dance parties. And they seem like the most insufferable people. And they're like, we're wacky and goofy, and we don't need alcohol to have fun. And it's like, no, you don't, but you don't have to be fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And that's what this is. It's the same kind of thing. It's just like, look how crazy and wild and fun we're having. It's like, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
I don't believe you really enjoy this. I feel it's so performative.
That's the thing. There's so much in these circles that is performative. And that's why because I watch sermons all the time, not by choice, it's my job.
Yeah.
But there's so much laughter from the audience that just feels like they're trying to tell the guests or the new people that actually we have fun at this church.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like that's a big thing in like large crowds anyway.
Yeah.
You kind of learn that language, and that's what's fun about it.
Yeah.
I feel like the same way with musicians sometimes. Like, I probably told you, I hate musician banter because most of the time it sucks.
Oh, yeah.
But people eat that shit up, and I don't get it. They tell the worst stories, the worst... Not saying there's not good stuff, because there is very good stuff, and there's people who put a lot of work into it.
Yeah.
But, you know, you just have some jerk on the guitar, and he's just like, we rolled into town, and, you know, I was talking to the drummer, and he said this, and then I'm like, I can't believe you say that to me, and everyone laughs. It's like, what are you laughing at?
Yeah.
This isn't funny.
Yeah.
That was a terrible story. And that's kind of the same thing. It's just they're already bought in, so it's very confusing coming from the outside.
And then my brother's favorite show when we were kids was this show called Gerbert.
Gerbert?
Gerbert. And it was about a puppet boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see this puppet boy.
Oh.
I treated you very unfairly. Will you please forgive me?
I already have, Miss Bowman.
So Gerbert was supposed to be about helping kids through hard times. And whenever there's like something bad that happens in your life, or there's some, but it's just like the saddest puppet who's sad all the time. And I don't know, I think my brother just found it very comforting. And he's a cute little puppet. He looks like a potato or something.
Was he a very sad little boy too?
Maybe.
It's like...
Rory, no one really listened to me today when I tried to tell them about my backpack. My mommy said that they probably were interested, but they just had too many things of their own to think about.
This puppet is such a loser. I don't condone bullying, but
no. No.
I'll stop it there. I don't condone bullying.
I do not
but
either.
I don't like that puppet.
Yeah, no, it's a sad, sad pup. And like, I listen to sad music. You know this.
You do.
About me. And then I guess maybe it's okay to have some sad things for kids.
No, I think it's okay to have sad things for kids, but from what I've seen, that's less sad, and that's just being whiny and annoying.
Yeah, that's
which
true.
is different.
Yeah.
Like having an emotional moment and learning children to be emotionally like available and conscious.
Yeah.
And to experience those things and feeling okay with those things is very different than just be like, oh, this kid just sucks.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, buddy. That's my cat. McGee and Me. Are you familiar with
Is this like
McGee?
Mac and Me?
It's very different than Mac and Me.
Oh, okay.
And it's different than Me and Bobby McGee.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Remember that's about sex, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I think
And
that's
this
about
is
having
not
sex.
about sex.
Okay. Are you sure?
Pretty
We're watching
sure.
for the subtext here.
Yeah.
Read between the lines.
True. This is from the theme song. Again, I muted the theme song for copyright reasons, but see, he's drawing here. And then his Drawing comes to life.
This is a TV show?
It's a TV show, yeah. It was VHS specials, I think.
Okay.
I don't think it was ever actually on TV.
So we had
besides,
the two Japanese shows, and then back to the good old U.S. of A.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Was it? It was a television series. It was on some sort of Christian television, and also on VHS.
Okay.
And there's McGee. He pops up out of the paper, and he jumps on his pencil. He's like, "Hey, I'm alive now," and they go on adventures together. And it's presented by Focus on the Family.
They did kind of. He looks like kind of stereotypical, like Scottish-y, kind of almost.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Like when I think of like in a cartoon.
Yeah.
And being McGee, but also just not. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did he have an accent?
No, he talked like a cool guy.
Like a cool guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And speaking of cool guy.
Oh.
I always keep a spare. Totally non-geeky.
What was that?
That was a clip from McGee and Me, where Me,
okay,
Nick was his name. He was starting to get in with the cool crowd.
Where they wear sunglasses.
Okay. And it's totally not geeky. I think I saw every single McGee and Me that came out.
Okay. This is a big show for you?
This was a big show for me. Yeah, formative. Very. I remember a lot of the plots.
Right.
There was one where he was new to town, and then they thought this house was haunted, but there was a guy in it, and then he went in there and he lied about something to try to look cool to the people, and then they found out he lied. And then there was another one where he wanted to sneak into a horror movie, but his parents wouldn't let him because it'll affect his brain. And
to see a horror
to
movie?
To see a horror movie because it'll make demons and stuff.
Right.
Right.
But reading the Bible's fine, even though there's demons and horrors.
Yeah.
And
That's fine.
Okay.
Chopping the head off David. That's Goliath.
That's okay. But a piece of fiction isn't okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. This sounds like a good show.
It is. Yeah, it was a good show. And I wanted to be like Nick, I think, too, because I was really into drawing and art and stuff. So I was like...
So was McGee like a character that he drew that came to life?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
he would give him like advice?
Yeah.
Okay.
They would work through their problems together. And then one episode, there was another kid in his class, a new kid who was also an artist, and he drew a robot thing, and then McGee and the robot got in a fight.
Oh. So was McGee his like Christian spiritual guide, I guess then? Is that?
I think they were learning together.
Okay.
Yeah. McGee was an extension of him.
Right, okay.
McGee was having little, and then McGee would also have little cutaways where he would act out Bible stories. So they would do little cutaways where he was meeting David and Goliath or whatever, or he was meeting these things, I think, or they would have it at the beginning to like tie the Bible part into it, and then they would go on to Nick getting his lesson.
I feel like if I was a sentient cartoon, I would feel like my abilities as that would have been wasted on this.
True.
I think I would have become resentful.
And I would be really afraid of Christopher Lloyd's character from
from
Who Framed
Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, that would be my biggest fear. That and erasers.
Yeah, put them in the big bin of, I don't know, what do they call it?
Toon juice? No.
No, something. It was not like slime, but it was something.
Yeah.
It was like a one-word thing like that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, well, we're not doing anything else until we figure this out.
I mean, we could figure it out.
No, it's fine. Okay. And then Bible Man, I think, is the last one we'll talk about, the last child's show.
Okay. Why are they all... Okay, so why are so many of these things just books or the Bible? Why can't they just be their own thing? I'll at least give McGee and Me, he was his own character.
Yeah.
But why are they all like physical embodiments of the Bible?
Yeah.
Like, that's just so lame.
It is. It is really lame. There was another one, and I want to guess, and I could be completely wrong about this. I just thought of it now. I didn't think about it beforehand, but it was like this kids movie where the Bible is, or a kids TV show maybe, and the Bible is illegal. They live in the future. The Bible's illegal.
Okay.
And then they find a Bible, and they're blown away by all these stories in the Bible, and they use their imagination to like act it.
This is just such classic Christian persecution system. Like it's nobody's stopping you from doing this.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody's banning this from you. This isn't happening.
Yeah.
We're not taking your rights away.
Yeah.
Why do you have this weird fantasy that you think you have to be the victim because other people want rights too? Oh, God. Anyway, let's watch Bible Man.
And I think he's going up against the Fibbler here.
Again.
The only thing more foul than you and your lies is the one who sent you.
Bible Man. You didn't think I really meant that, did you?
Sorry, you were saying?
These shows love, like, just saying, like, lies are bad, lies are bad.
Yeah.
It's just, they just don't, they want the parents to just have little snitches.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That all, yeah. It's...
Because, sorry, but people lie.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to lie.
Sometimes lies are good.
Sometimes lies are good. That's just a part of life.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you should lie all the time.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
we live in the real world.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes a gentle white lie is better than you know.
Yeah.
Dealing with something else.
Yeah.
And if you've ever worked in customer service, I'm sure you know that a little lie now and then.
Yeah. Do you have that in the back?
Yeah. Let me go check.
Yeah. Let me go check. Oh, good. I get to have a 5-second break.
Yeah.
Or 5-minute break. I looked really hard.
We didn't have it.
We didn't have it. Because it makes a lot of sense. I get it. It makes a lot of sense to like have a very popular product and then just keep it in the back when everybody's looking for it and we can make money on it. That does make a lot of sense. But in this instance, we actually don't have it in the back right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see anything that tells me that lying is as bad as Christian media.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
Do you think it has anything to do with by vilifying it so much that it makes them feel that everything else that they're saying is more of a truth?
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where
because they're lying all the time.
Legitimizing the word that they're saying is that this is the truth, and I wouldn't lie because lying is bad, and therefore this is more real and more true.
Yeah.
In that way?
I think that's part of it, and I think a lot of it is there's only like a handful of sins you can talk to kids about because
kids aren't committing adultery.
Yeah.
Or murder, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, they don't care about the murder, apparently, if, they're chopping off Goliath's head and loving that.
And again, the like don't lie thing, it's great for keeping kids in line for you get your straight shooters, you get the tattletale in the class, and then you get the good what's a good life skill that like what do you get growing up not lying, never lying?
Never lying?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, never lying outwardly, anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, too.
Lying to yourself all the time.
And part of it, too, isn't just to get kids not to do something. And with any of these things, it's not about getting kids not to do something. It's about making kids feel guilty when they do something.
It's instilling a sense of guilt.
Yeah, because...
for things that might otherwise be innocuous.
Yeah. And then you get to sell them the cure, Jesus. And you sin, you can't help but sin. Jesus, though, he's going to take those sins away, so you don't have to fight the fiddler in hell.
But isn't it, they also say, if I'm not sinning, then Jesus died for nothing,
That's
right?
true.
So, sin away.
Yeah.
What else are you going to do?
It's sensational.
Yeah. It's like a chocolate cake. It's sinfully delicious.
One more Bible Man clip. Oh, no, that's not Bible Man.
Those don't work on us anymore, but they will work on you.
Your fears will always come back to haunt you.
Right back at you, fear dude.
Fear dude.
Fear dude. I feel like I would like Bible Man just for the silly campiness of it.
Yeah, I think that could be a fun like party thing.
Was this a 90s show?
That was a 95
90s?
to 2010 is when it lasted.
Holy.
Yeah, and it's still
years?
I think they're still doing the animated version now. So 15 years first. I think the clips we used were from the original Bible Man, and then they had a second Bible Man, like a different guy playing it.
It's very of like that time with a lot of kids shows, which all of these kind of are.
Yeah.
Just, to varying degrees of success.
Yeah.
Because I remember watching a lot of similar kind of shows, but not with.
And then you get Sunday school. Sunday school, sometimes you watch these videos, but most of the time you'd sing some songs. And you never did vacation Bible school, anything like that? Okay.
No, I never went to church.
Yeah.
So. Again, like I think the first time I ever really went to church was with a girlfriend in high school because her family was Christian.
Right.
And I'd never been before, and then I've never really been since, outside of maybe a couple funerals and I think maybe a wedding. Yeah. So I have very limited experience with this.
I went to Jagger. You can't have Fruit Loops. This was called I Want to Be a Sheep. I Just Want to Be a Sheep.
Oh, okay.
I just want to be a sheep. Ba-ba. It says that a couple times. And then it says, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Ba-ba. I just want to be a sheep. Ba-ba. I just want to be a sheep. And then it goes on like that. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. And then it goes, I don't want to be a goat. Nope, nope. And this is before goat was used as like...
Right. Greatest of all time.
Yeah. I don't want to be a goat. Nope, nope. I don't want to be a goat. Nope, nope. Because they got no hope. Nope.
Okay.
Nope. This song makes no sense to kids because they don't know the Bible verse they're talking about where it's like where God separates the sheep from the goats. Okay. Also, I don't think that, I think it can be assumed that Christians are the sheep and non-Christians are the goat, but the metaphor doesn't say that. It just says God separated the sheep from the goats.
Right.
So it could be either one. We don't know which one we're assigned.
Right.
I'm probably a goat now, but...
Yeah, I love just be a follower.
Yeah.
Don't think about it. Just be a follower.
Yeah, just be a follower. Just be a sheep.
It's fine. It's fine. But then the hilarious thing about that is, especially with like the whole MAGA side of things now, is so many of them is like, we need a lion,
Yeah.
to separate ourselves from the sheep. It's like, so which are you?
Yeah.
Are you the sheep or are you the lion?
Exactly.
Which one do you want to be? Are you saying you're different in different circumstances? Because that doesn't make any sense.
It could be that they're more like a wolf. but
wolf in sheep's
they
clothing?
they wear the outfit.
That's true.
Yeah,
that makes sense. They're using it to get what they want.
Yeah,
at the detriment of other people.
Exactly. You get it.
See. Okay. Yeah.
And then there's I don't want to be a hypocrite.
Okay.
Because they're not hip to it.
Right. Okay.
Later on, it says, I don't want to be a Pharisee.
Okay.
Do you know what a Pharisee is?
Enlighten me.
Pharisee was a religious leader at the time of a certain Jewish sect when Jesus was alive.
Right.
And there was also Sadducees. So it goes, I don't want to be a Pharisee because they're not fair, you see. I don't want to be a Pharisee.
Sounds like a stretch.
They were. I don't think they were known for their non-fairness.
Right.
Jesus just had theological differences from them.
But wasn't Jesus Jewish though?
Jesus was Jewish, but this was a specific sect.
Okay, a specific
But Jesus's theology actually aligned more with the Pharisees than any other sect.
So he probably wasn't.
He was more. I think he was closer to a Pharisee. And then there was Sadducees. Okay. And it says, I don't want to be a Sadducee because they're so sad, you see.
All right. What did the Sadducees do?
They were also just another
Jewish
sect at the time.
Okay. Why do they care so much?
I think Pharisees believed in like heaven and hell.
Right.
Sadducees didn't. Okay. Pharisees borrowed a lot from like the Romans and the Greeks and stuff, which Jesus also did.
Right. There's a lot of othering going on in this song.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's necessary.
And then there was another song we used to sing called Jesus on the Telephone.
Right.
Some places it was Jesus on the mainland. Jesus on the main line, sorry.
Right.
But our version was Jesus on the telephone. Jesus on the telephone, tell him what you need. Mm-hmm. Tell him what you need right now.
Right now.
Some want silver, some want gold, but I want Jesus in my soul.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, just really boring. Just bad songs, bad TV.
Yeah.
Nobody's really that creative. And I know there's good artists. I know there's great musicians. But, like, it's all just so bad.
It's so bad. Now, this one seems to be, I think it's the creepiest song. Actually, I'm going to save the creepiest one for last. Let's save the creepiest one for last.
All right.
I forgot I had another one.
We got one more before that. Okay.
Give me oil in my lamp. Keep me burning, burning, burning. Give me oil in my lamp, I pray. Give me oil in my lamp. Keep me burning, burning, burning. Keep me burning till the break of day. Sing Hosanna, sing Hosanna, sing Hosanna to the servant king. So we always said King of Kings.
Serpent King.
To the Serpent King.
That's more fun.
But then we also had other verses. There was, give me gas for my Ford, keep me trucking for the Lord.
Okay.
And give me wax for my skis. I don't remember what the next line.
Jeez.
So I can praise Jesus. I'm gonna see if I can find a.
Okay.
Oh man, no.
Well, what is this? A new iPad?
What am I looking for? Give me wax. Nope. Why isn't it working?
My lamp. The lamp.
Give me wax for my skis.
There's one that said, give me wax for my board.
Keep me skiing for the Lord. Did I say surfing for the Lord earlier?
We were talking about skateboarding for the Lord.
That's true.
Now we're skiing for the Lord.
We got to do everything for the Lord.
Why do we got to turn recreational activities into things you do for the Lord? Can't you just do things for recreation?
Yeah, well, I'm getting things about how to wax skis, so this isn't helping me.
Okay,
But there was a line that said, give me wax for my skis. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's skiing as I please.
Right.
Jesus, but the creepiest kids song you ever friggin' gonna hear. Be careful, little eyes, what you see. Oh, be careful, little eyes, what you see. Be careful, little eyes, what you see. There's a Father above. He's looking down in tender love. Oh, be careful, little eyes, what you see.
What?
Oh, be careful, little ears, what you hear. Oh, be careful, little ears, what you hear.
What the hell?
There's a Father up above looking down and... Stop scratching. Down in tender love. Oh, be careful, little ears, what you hear. Oh, be careful, little tongue, what you say. And then it goes on like that. And then there's also, oh, be careful, little hands, what you do. And be careful, little feet, where you go. Maybe just protect your children.
It doesn't sound like... But to me, it's not like warning them about other people. It sounds like it's warning them from God.
Yeah.
It's just like, be careful what you do. I'm watching you.
I'm watching you,
Not
kiddo.
like, be careful, you might get hurt. And, you know, we'll help you if you do.
Yeah.
It's, be careful because I'm watching and I'll fuck you up if you do it.
God's the taxi driver at the end of Home Alone when he's like, not much better in here, kid, in Home Alone 2, Lost in New York.
Yeah. Wow,
yeah.
That's fair.
It's,
I mean, he was also escaping from a predator in that movie.
That's true.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts today on child entertainment?
I mean, I feel bad for these kids. They didn't get to watch anything good.
Yeah.
They didn't get to watch the good shit, you know?
Yeah.
You know, they didn't get to watch, like, the cool cartoons.
No.
The kids are radical and not for the Lord.
Not for the Lord. But remember, if you are going to skateboard, do it for the Lord.
Yeah, do it for the Lord.
Do everything for the Lord.
He needs this.
Yeah.
He's had a tough couple of years. Right?
People aren't skateboarding for me anymore.
People aren't doing it for him anymore. They're not throwing cash into the collection plate like they used to.
No.
They're not hitting kick flips for a couple of, I don't know, preachers.
Cool guys. Yeah.
It's a different time.
It's a different time.
Should we maybe try and see if we can get through to the Pope again?
I think that's a good idea.
Let's call one more time. Let's see if we can get into his DMs or whatever. Okay, let's see. All right, it's ringing.
Hey, this is Leo. How can I help you?
Oh, Your Holiness. Yes, I'm Damien, and this is Trevor.
Hey, Trevor.
We're calling in
Not a
for
big fan.
a fundraiser, actually, and we had a few questions for you.
Wait, this isn't the Dalai Lama pranking me again, is it?
No, I assure you, we are very real people. We are not the Dalai Lama, last I checked. We just wanted to ask you a few questions. Actually, I think, I'm so sorry. I think we're actually out of time.
No problem. This happens all the time.
I'm so sorry.
Blessings to all you and whatever.
Okay, well, have a good one.
Work, Sky Moon.
Oh my goodness, so many terrible puns.
Right. How's it going?
Doing all right. I'm interested to get on with our next segment. Telltale, you're going to be talking about Nazis, which is always a fun topic, and parallels with what's going on today in this here nation of ours. So,
Absolutely.
You are, as far as I'm aware, something of an expert on these matters. You've written books and have quite a lot of knowledge. I'm a fair weather history buff, but I grew up in England, so we were taught quite a lot about the Nazi Party, the interwar period, and the rise of the Reich, and how bad and terrible and awful it was, and how we shouldn't do that again, and that it is happening again makes me feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yes,
So,
absolutely. Yeah, I wrote a book on it, Was Hitler an Atheist, a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wrote another book that is releasing in like a month, June 15th, about, it's called God's People, Christian Nationalism in the Third Reich. And it's generally about how Christian nationalism operated. Hang on. I'm sorry. It's about how Christian nationalism rose in Nazi Germany, how it operated, how it came to be. And I also spent time working on debunking a lot of the lies told by the evangelicals. I don't know if you're familiar with a person, Bonhoeffer. Have you ever heard the name? Or?
No, it isn't. It's not sparking a memory.
Okay, well, he's kind of like an evangelical hero. There's a guy named Eric Metaxas. Have you heard of him? He's an evangelical scumbag.
That one does spark a memory.
Okay, well, he wrote the book on Bonhoeffer and got everything wrong. It was full of lies. It drives me nuts. He's like he's an evangelical, and he wanted to rewrite Bonhoeffer's story into something that it's absolutely not. It was just like deeply vile and disgusting how people can lie about history so brazenly.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I kind of set out to understand, I'm sorry, hang on one second. Production, I can hear currently in my headphones. I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry, I just wanted to let them know about that. Anyway, yeah, so I talk about Bonhoeffer in my book and the lies told by Eric Metaxas. And, it's 10 biographical essays about different people in the Third Reich who were important to one degree or another, who maybe didn't get enough coverage, that kind of thing.
So to get to the sort of topic of recognizing the patterns and what's going on currently, like, where are you seeing the parallels between, and of course, naming no names because we don't want to get in the shit, but the parallels between what's happening in the halls of power in space year 2026 as compared to the mid-30s back in Germany?
Well, interestingly, I did original research for this book and discovered that the early Nazis in Germany called themselves the Christian nationalists. They used the term evangelische Nationalisten, which evangelische doesn't mean evangelical necessarily. It translates to a number of different things depending on the context, but they called themselves Christian nationalists. A lot of the experts in the fields this whole time have thought that it meant, or thought that they called themselves the Christian National Socialists. But my original research in the book shows that they actually did not call themselves that. Original translations and everything. I'm pretty proud of it. Anyway, early nationalism was actually a good thing, believe it or not. In the 1850s, in the Germanic region, that region had been passed around from empire to empire.
Oh yeah, it was a massive fractured thing. The Holy Roman Empire was just like a million different fiefdoms just fighting over each other.
Yes, exactly. In 1848, there were these rebellions. It took place. People were unhappy with being thrown around and everything. So they ended up, creating a kind of national identity, which was good because it fought imperialism at the time. But eventually it evolved into this sense of we belong here and you don't. And we have a unique right to control this place and you have a unique right to die, basically. And that was the evolution of the Folkish movement, is what it was called. Volkisch. And there is no direct English translation for that term, but it's basically nationalist, almost mystical belief that you uniquely have the right to control this region.
Yeah.
Similar to what we see with Christian nationalists today.
Yeah,
they have this
manifest
mystical
destiny.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like that. So anyway, that it just kind of evolved from there, from the 1850s onward. It turned into they believe that they have this right to control the region. And the Christians in the area were split into Protestant and Catholic. The numbers changed over the years, but you had somewhere between, about 42% Catholic and 54% Protestant in different regions, depending on what point at the war you're counting or whatever. About 50-50, give or take. It's probably fair to say.
Yeah.
And the Protestants were all in for the nationalism, the extremism, for the Christian nationalism. There were 28 church districts in the region, Lutheran and Reformed Church. which is like the predecessor to Presbyterian.
Well, it stands
And
to
then-
reason, considering that Luther was German, like he was homegrown. No, I've had enough of the Pope, and we're going to do our own thing now.
Absolutely, it happened right there in Bethel, Germany, I believe. So anyway, they had 28 church districts. Most were Lutheran. I think 20 or 19 of them were Lutheran, and then Reformed Church, Calvinism was like 4 more, and then United Church was the last 4, which is like a mix of the two. And they fully embraced the folkish movement and considered themselves Christian nationalists, all of them. And when Hitler tried to come in and take over the church, it was like a hostile takeover. He succeeded in taking 25 of the 28 districts with almost no fight at all. Church, it's called Kirchenkampf literature, the church struggle literature, basically focuses on those 3 that fought him off and kind of focuses on how they did that, how they managed to resist, and what the consequences were, and things like that. But yeah, it's a really fascinating subject, and my book is like 10 biographical essays about different figures that really don't have biographies of their own, because they just weren't really focused on. As a matter of fact, some of the figures in my book, people like Eric Metaxas, literally didn't even mention in his popular biography of Bonhoeffer. It's complete nonsense that he even wrote that. But anyway, I'm sorry, I get worked up over this dude.
We all have our nemesis, yes.
Yes, exactly. Well, he's my nemesis.
Yeah. my personal nemesis, just nothing to do with the Reich, but is disgraced former doctor Andrew Wakefield.
Oh my God!
He's the one with my crosshairs on him, because his misinformation has caused so much damage, and of course is all linked into the rise of right-wing populism here as well. It's all one great big horrible salad of poop.
Yes, exactly. It drives me absolutely insane. So let me ask you something. Just right out the gate, what do you know about this subject? I'm curious, because I've been studying it for a long time, and I don't even know what,
So we went through the history book explanations of the rise of the Third Reich. So you have the First World War, and then the rise of the Weimar Republic and the fallout from the Treaty of Versailles, the massive reparations, the crashing of the Rentenmark, and the economy of Germany just going completely down the toilet. Then you have the rise of right-wing populism, Hitler with his failed beer hall putsch, and then a more successful angling into power by becoming the Chancellor and then becoming the Supreme Leader. He was never actually kind of elected the leader of Germany. He just kind of took over, as far as I'm aware, through force and intimidation. And, the brown shirts and all that... Yes, people in brown shirts patrolling voting areas. I wonder if that's going to be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
never.
I think I lost you.
Never a great thing.
Yeah, I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. I don't know whether I'm coming through.
I can't hear.
Oh no. Are we having technical issues?
I can't hear Jamie.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I lost you for a second.
Okay.
I lost you where you said the brown shirts were going to election locations.
Yeah. So parallels, and then we go into the rise of the Reich, the Lebensraum, invading the Rhineland, invading the Czechoslovakia, and then flipping the piece of paper, peace in our time, fucking right. And then of
Neville
course
Chamberlain,
the last straw being Poland, of course triggering the actual entrance into the Second World War of the UK. There's a whole bunch about the war, but we grew up in the history. My hometown is Birmingham, which was one of the most, outside of London, was one of the most heavily bombed cities, because it was a production hub. It's where the Spitfire was made.
Right.
So, you know, I grew up with all the tales of the RAF and the Blitz and the Battle of Britain. But we also went on field trips. I've been to northern France. I've seen the World War One trenches. I've been to Vimy Ridge, and I've been to Normandy, and I've sort of just stood in the footsteps of these poor guys who were sacrificed for nothing good, you know. And so
absolute pointless nationalism, yeah.
And so when I look around me here in the US and I see masked thugs victimizing immigrants, and rhetoric like calling people animals and cockroaches and soiling the blood of our nation, and when I see people quoting scripture in the context of war, and I'm like, am I going crazy? Because if it steps like a goose, it's this is Nazi shit, man. So
Yeah,
I see it
100%.
everywhere. And so what is your take on it all?
Well, my analysis of of religion in the Third Reich was, I went through the three institutions that worked, within that domain. I covered Jehovah's Witnesses, Catholicism, and the Protestant Church. And I added Jehovah's Witnesses in because, I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness, full disclosure, and I felt obligated to cover them. And what I found is there were three different types of capitulations. They all tried three different methods of getting what they wanted. And fascinatingly, it's almost like, with Catholicism, they had the Reichskonkordat, signed my birthday, 1933, funny enough, July 20th. And it basically traded, control over the schools and the hospitals and stuff for an oath of loyalty to Hitler. So that was their capitulation. They weren't worried about taking care of their people, of protecting their people. They were worried about extending their indoctrination into more domains.
Yeah.
The Protestant Church's capitulation, well, the Protestant Church is unique because there was like a full-blown attempted takeover by Hitler where they flooded the church elections and everything else. But only 3 districts really fought against it of the 28. So they capitulated in their own way. And then Jehovah's Witnesses tried to gain Hitler's favor by sending him a document called the Declaration of Facts, basically saying, we completely agree with you on the Jews. We don't like them either. They've never funded us. And we are loyal to Germany and all of this other stuff. I mean, seriously. And this is like written out of the history of Jehovah's Witnesses. Anyway, they said all of this. And Hitler basically said, I don't care. I don't like any of you. I'm not going to work with any of you. And it didn't work. Fascinatingly, though, the leader, Joseph Rutherford, his anti-Semitism continued on into the late 1930s, even after the capitulation failed. So it kind of shows that it wasn't really fully a capitulation necessarily. He was just an anti-Semitic, scumbag.
Yeah.
Fascinatingly. So anyway, in the book, I kind of draw 3 lines from each of these directions to show that everybody tried to capitulate. They tried to, they tried to work within the system. They tried to gain Hitler's favor, and it failed all 3 times because, as the Catholic Church learned explicitly, dictators' promises are built on sand. You can get things from them a lot easier than you can from a democracy because you have to build coalitions and make promises and things like that to get stuff done in a democracy. Dictator will just do it like that, but you can't trust them to keep the promise at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So that was the hard lesson all 3 learned. And then the church, the Protestant church, spent the next 50 years covering up their history and preventing people from publishing anything on it. It's really wild.
Yeah, and I'm seeing like these days when you've got like the evangelical churches all hopping on board with this populism and with the, you know, and doing things that, I mean, again, I get so weirded out that I'm going to bat for people of faith more often now than I was before, because it is a bastardization of their faith in service of this political throughput. And I'm like, this isn't a good look, Chief. You've lost all of your credibility to be to claim any kind of nobility or moral high ground, because you've just sold out. You've sold out to politics and just to get a bit of power and money, basically. And and the thing is that yes, during the 1930s, Jews were the scapegoat, but they're still a tool now. It may look different. And of course, everyone's like, "Oh, you can't call. Of course, you can't call anyone Nazis. We're not Nazis. We like Israel." It's like, yeah, you like Israel just long enough for them to all die to bring in the apocalypse. That's what you want. You know, a bunch of dead Jewish people is the end goal for these people, whether they are temporary allies right now or not. And I'm like, same shit, different day. Just anti-Semitism. 100%. Anti-Semitism and nationalism.
Yes, absolutely. Unfortunately, Israel is dealing with like a horrifying amount of nationalism too. Like, oh my God, what is going on with the nationalism there? It's really, really disturbing. Just seeing them kind of fall down the same trap. You know, falling for nationalism always ends badly. I cannot believe that we haven't learned that lesson already as human beings.
And it keeps happening. It's happening over in the UK as well, with, you know, and it seems to go in cycles. Like we have a few years of progression, and then suddenly just Britain for the British, Americans for the America, and it just becomes this hyper.
Yeah.
It's usually when the economy's not doing great and everyone wants to blame someone. It's just very easy to blame the other.
Yep. Yeah, and fascinatingly, in Germany, they called the Jews aliens, as I'm sure you know. Like, they were the immigrants of Germany at the time. And you know, seeing them call or talk about illegal immigrants the way that they do in America so violently and viciously is absolutely wild. You live in America now, right? Or
yeah, I've been here for 10 years. And
you regret it?
I never have I both loved and loathed a place with equal measure and equal fervor as I do Austin, Texas, because all the good things about it are amazing, but all the bad things about it are the worst. So, yeah. And the thing is, of course, I knew about nationalism and Christian overreach and these things. They were kind of like remote concepts when I was living in England, which is weird considering that we have a state religion there.
Yeah, I know.
and I come over to America, and it's just so much more in your face, and religion is used as such a political cudgel here, where, you know, and we have to be very careful here at the ACA around these subjects, because say a wrong thing, mention a name, you know, go down a certain path, and they can just come for us, shut us down.
Yeah. Yep.
And so, you know, it's sometimes very hard to refute some of the lies that get told and the bastardizations of faith and faith groups for political ends, why I really like the idea that you're bringing forward of let us parallel, let us look back into history and see these patterns having played out before, now playing out again. And just point at them like, look, it's Nazi shit. You're doing a big Nazi right now. Can you stop that, please?
Yes, right. I tried not to make the parallel explicit in the book. I tried to just kind of make it, you know, about what happened and point out that they called themselves the Christian nationalists. It doesn't get much more on the nose than that. But yeah, the parallels are chilling,
Stark,
I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Yes, they're stark. And I feel like we can learn from that. If we can learn anything from it, I think the lesson we can learn is that we can learn how the structure works. I don't know if you're familiar, but there's a historian named Ian Kershaw who wrote a paper called Working Toward the Führer, and it's about this framework where Hitler didn't like to read. He didn't like to go through the documents he had to review or any of that stuff. So they didn't really expect him to do anything except for verbally give them orders, and he was entirely too busy to control any one thing. So the framework is people work toward his goals. He gives the ideological signals, and people under him that he may not even know, just the guy in control of like the churches or whatever, will see the signals Hitler is putting out, and he will work toward what he wants. And, I think we can learn from that framework. Donald Trump is kind of, oh, shoot, can I say that? I'm sorry.
We'll let that one slide, please. Don't do that.
Okay.
If you would.
All
If
right.
you would.
Let me try that again. Okay. Some people, in some administrations, like even around the world, just different administrations, dictatorships generally have that same kind of framework.
Yeah.
The people work toward their cult personality. And as a matter of fact, Hitler had a cult of personality around him as well. There's a book by Ian Kershaw called The Hitler Myth, about that exact thing, about the cult of personality around the guy, how they made him into a messiah, how he was literally a messianic figure that they believed was like the second coming of Jesus or whatever. This happens. This is very, very common in history, all things considered.
And I think the lessons we can take from it is that, you look back and it's chilling to see these patterns re-emerging, but much like the Reich, it won't last forever. These things are by their nature unstable because they focus around a single person, a single personality. And when that personality is gone, it's very difficult for those things to continue. So we just have to kind of tough it out and survive. And what I've found heartening is taking lessons from history where, yes, these structures, these establishments like the church and things were corrupted, their leadership did capitulate, but the people within those structures, some of them were like, no, I'm not having this. I'm going to be kind. I'm going to live my faith properly rather than go by doctrine. And so you have tales of Christian pastors and priests saving Jews and reaching out and hiding people and being encompassing. And what I take from that is that while I can sit here and debate epistemology with a Christian about why they believe what they believe and point out the contradictions in the Bible and all that fun stuff, I will put a lid on that. And we can do that as a celebration after we've defeated fascism. Because if you're a believer, and this is coming from a dyed-in-the-wool atheist bloke on the internet, if you're a believer, if you're a person of faith, and that faith pushes you towards humanism, towards caring and compassion and empathy, and you want to fight against the depredations of these fascists, we're allies. I don't care what you believe. If you think that your God is pushing you towards helping everybody and making the world a better place, heck, let's get it done, and then we can discuss your imaginary friend over beers later.
Yeah, 100%. That was also a lesson they learned the hard way in Germany, was that the communists and the social democrats and the Catholics, nobody trusted each other. And everybody believed that the other was a bigger enemy than the Nazis, right? Like, the Catholics believed that communism was the bigger enemy and refused, and they chose the Nazis over the communists for that reason, when if they had just allied together and, resisted to the best of their ability, it may have turned out differently. And as you said, you were talking about, dictatorships are definitely unstable by their nature. There was this whole study in 1995 about dictatorships and when they fall. Because after the Soviet Union fell, there were a bunch of dictatorships that rose up, and then they collapsed into democracy again, fascinatingly. When this cult of personality forms, it inevitably collapses back into democracy. And when that happens, a denazification process takes place. They call it transitional justice, actually, is what it is. And, 1995, the transitional justice study showed that people are basically split into three groups. There's the arch criminals, which is what we saw with the Nazis, Hitler and Goring and Goebbels and all them. And then you've got the bureaucrats in the middle who, the pilot that flew Hitler's plane and his secretary and people like that, who made the machine work. And then you've got the informants. It's basically just normal people on the ground who support the cause.
Yeah.
And each group had they were subjected to a different punishment, if you will. And again, I'm not just talking about Nazi Germany now. I'm talking about dictatorships across
you say
the world.
You say the 90s, Bosnia, Serbia, Milosevic, Yugoslavia, that comes to mind, a more modern dictatorship falling down.
Yes, and so each one of these groups was subjected to a different, sorry, my wife is pregnant, and she's literally about to have a baby like any 5 minutes now, and I told her to knock on the door if she goes into labor. I don't think she knocked, but I heard a little knock sound, so...
Well, check it out.
All right, we'll continue, and I'll just text her and make sure.
Okay.
Anyway, each group is subjected to a different punishment. The arch criminals obviously are hung. The informants are sent to prison for between 5 and 20 years, depending on their level of involvement. And the normal informants, the supporters on the ground, are subjected to truth commissions, where they are named and shamed. Their faces are plastered up on every light pole across the country. So everybody knows this is the person that betrayed you in your country. And I truly, deeply believe that we're going to see something similar at some point in other areas.
And and also we live in the completely lacking in self-awareness era of social media, where we don't need to gather up these people and show their faces. They all have Instagram reels where they wear their hats and their branded jackets and fly their flags and have their bumper stickers. They're not hard to miss if you're looking for them. The informants on the ground, proud as they are. But yes,
exactly.
There will come a time where they will regret all of those purchases and those TikTok accounts and the things that they said, because they will become social pariahs.
Yeah, exactly. And just imagine what it felt like in Germany. I'm sorry, did I interrupt?
No. I'm just saying, and I would wish I had more sympathy for them, but I can't seem to muster it.
Right. Exactly. I mean, think about what it felt like in Nazi Germany in 1933. Hitler takes power and, takes the chancellery and pushes through the Enabling Act, and people are dropping like flies. Everything around them is changing. They push through rules about, nope, she did not knock, so she has not gone into labor yet, apparently. That's a plus. Anyway, people are dropping like flies. Everything is scary. You're literally hiding in your attic, especially if you're like a communist. Things are scary, right? And it felt like it was never going to end. There was no foreseeable end to this. People couldn't imagine, even in 1935, 10 years before it actually did end, what an end would even look like. But it did, because that's how these things play out. Dictatorships don't last forever. Think about in other dictatorial regimes around the world, think about who the leader would pass the torch to. Who is the leader going to pass the torch to? And who is that group really logistically actually going to follow? Nobody.
Yeah.
Because it's a cult of personality.
Yeah.
When this dictator is gone, that's it. So I know it feels fraught sometimes. I know that it feels like this is never going to end, but I promise it is. And if history has anything to say about it, we know what happens next. Truth commissions, lustrations, and arch criminals hung. That's how it works.
I'm also hoping for a New Deal as well, where basically it's like, yeah, we're going to just take all this money that these criminal people have accrued through their corruption, and we're going to just invest it in people, and we're going to bring back social services. I'm hoping universal health care will swing that far, and we'll get a national health service here in the US, because we're just so fed up of the predations of the billionaire class. But
absolutely,
call me sky pie in the sky optimist.
Right, we can hope for the best. Now, I think we're definitely on our way to a dramatic change in the U.S. I don't know if you've seen kind of the voting numbers, like how many people are voting on the left this time around versus how many were last year.
Yeah, it's pretty galvanized. And again, while we can't really go into too much detail about it, the fact that it feels like people are just less apathetic now than they used to be, because it felt like in previous times, again, not being specific, that that they didn't win, we lost. We basically just gave up, like, fuck it, can't be bothered, you know. But now we've seen what problems arise when decent people sit by and do nothing. So a lot of people who were probably not as involved or as galvanized as they could have been, are now motivated to actually get up and make their voices heard. And that's one of the reasons why we do what we do at the ACA. We want to be a mouthpiece for people who want to feel like they've got some agency, that they can get out there and fight against Christian nationalism through good work, through charity, through togetherness, through community. And so that's why we do what we do, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And that reminds me, if you guys can donate, we would really appreciate it. We have matches. If you guys can hit the donate button right below the chat there. It's tax deductible. It would mean a lot to us. We would really appreciate it very much. Just hit that button. Do it right now.
Yep. Or
just hit it.
Or that QR code, which I'm assuming is down in the right-hand corner. You can point your phone at that. That'll be fine.
There you go.
Excellente.
All right. Well, anyway, yeah. I had a couple of fun facts, actually. I think we still have a couple of minutes here. Here's one interesting fun fact on this subject. Hitler was baptized Catholic. I'm sorry. Just a quick note. I'm hearing production still. Hitler was baptized Catholic, confirmed Catholic, never left the church, paid church taxes until his death. People, have this misconception that, he was an atheist. He absolutely was not. There's one source that kind of fortifies the idea that he was an atheist. You can still hear me, right, Jane?
Yes,
okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's one source that kind of fortifies, or that is used to prove that he is Catholic, and that source is Table Talk. But as it turns out, it is effectively a complete forgery. It was supposed to have been like, a couple of adjutants sat around his table, like when he was eating dinner at night, and they were listening to him talk about whatever stupid thing. And they would go in and they would write it down the next day or whatever. Completely fake. The project was real, and we do have I think 1 month of records from this. But the guy who quote unquote translated it never gave us the originals, only ever gave us his quote unquote translation. He was a Nazi. He was an atheist that hated the churches, and he wrote into Table Talk his own beliefs and got things factually incorrect. Like, he said that Hitler was a non-racial anti-Semite. Like, he didn't like Jews because of their religious beliefs, but we know that he didn't like them because he believed things about their bloodlines, right? So anyway, Table Talk was completely fabricated for the most part. I'm comfortable saying that. And that is literally the only source that Christian nationalists of today have to prove that he was an atheist to any degree. He absolutely was not.
Yeah.
He never used the Gottgläubisch or the God-believing designation that non-religious people, or that religious people used, that they didn't want, that they wanted to leave Christianity, but they didn't want to like stop believing in God. So they used the Gottgläubisch designation. Basically, he never took that off ramp, for example.
Well, yeah. It is it's such a cliche for when we're arguing about morality and they're saying, "Oh yeah, you just like the Nazis, you're atheists." It's like, no, we're not, because they weren't. They had Gott mit uns on their belt buckles, and they were very much a Christian organization, and
100%.
And then they also point towards like Stalin and communism, and he was atheist. It's like kind of, but in the fact that he just wanted to replace Jesus with himself. It was still a very cultish, religious type arrangement. The same bad thinking, the same defunct thought patterns that would allow someone to take that place of reverence. He just put himself in it rather than a God figure. And they still had the Eastern Orthodox Church. I mean, that didn't get completely shut down, and now modern day Russia, very much in bed with the Orthodoxy, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, definitely. And regarding the Gott mit uns thing that you mentioned, that was originally the tagline or whatever of the Prussian state, which is like the biggest state of Germany. Like, it kind of formed out the German states originally around itself. Prussia did, and you probably know this, but in case someone in the audience doesn't, I'm laying it out. Anyway, so Prussia, that was like their tagline, and their soldiers had Gott mit uns, God with us, on their belt buckles. And when they joined Germany, the Wehrmacht, the soldiers, kept that on their belt buckles. It was just kind of the tagline. Although the SS and the brown shirts and the others, they had something different on their belt buckles, but still, it was deeply built into the belief system from the ground up, like religion was. And and here's another myth that keeps getting passed around. Hitler was not into the occult in any way. I don't know why people keep saying this or where this came from, but he's just never into the occult.
Well, I think
bizarre.
It might have been, was it Himmler or something? One of the Nazis were more into the occult and that kind of thing. And of course, that kind of thing is just pop culture nectar. You pick, what, the Nazis were into the occult? Ooh, let's make movies and comics and video games out of that, because that's cool.
Yes, exactly.
But it was more, as far as I'm aware, it wasn't like, we're going to summon demons to fight for us or whatever. It's more, we're going to use this pseudo-history to prove that we are the master race and that we come from a superior bloodline and that kind of thing. The whole, we are the descendants of holy people, and we are the master race, and look at all this history we just found to prove it.
Yep, absolutely. They had the Thule Society, or as they would say in Germany, the Tula Society, because they don't pronounce the THs. I didn't realize it was pronounced Tula until way later. Anyway, the Thule Society, the highest ranking member was Rudolf Hess, which was like Hitler's best friend. But they were really very small, and they didn't have a whole lot of influence on things. They were just a bunch of weird little nutcases who were actually trying to summon demons and stuff. They're just a weird little group of people.
Well, that's what doing meth every day will do to you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, 100%. which, as we know, Hitler did.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So
Oh,
did a lot of math.
A cult of personality leader addicted to uppers, sundowning and being written about in public. Remind you of anyone? Anyway.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, who could we be talking about? Yeah.
My lips are sealed.
Right. Anyway, yeah, the Tula Society was interesting, and you get a lot of really weird movies out of this group, the Thule Society.
Yeah.
You ever seen Supernatural, the TV show? Supernatural?
No. The one that comes to mind for me is Hellboy, and that's the one that.
Okay, yeah. Well, Supernatural did this whole thing on the Thule Society and golems and secret Nazis. It's a very popular trope. I think it's fascinating, honestly, but
The Wolfenstein games are all about that as well. It's like, we're binding demons to things to make you super soldier Nazis to fight the German. It's all very silly.
Yeah. Sadly, the only Wolfenstein game I ever played was Wolfenstein 3D,
The original.
the one from 1980 something or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
That one's old school. But anyway, a few other interesting facts here. Göring testified at Nuremberg that Hitler recognized the necessity of the church and remained a Catholic to his dying breath. The secret atheist narrative rests almost entirely on Table Talk, which has been completely destroyed. Its provenance has been destroyed. Fascinatingly, I didn't know this walking into this subject, but you know who invalidated Hitler's Table Talk, who discovered that it had provenance problems and that it was fake? You're not involved in this to a degree that I am, but I would be willing to bet you know the name.
I don't know. Who was it?
Richard Carrier, believe it or not.
Oh.
Richard Carrier, yeah. He apparently did a lot of work in this field and kind of destroyed the idea that Table Talk existed or that it was valid or legitimate or whatever all the way in 2000. And then another person, Mikhail Nilsson, came in, I think 2022 maybe, wrote a whole doctoral dissertation on it, basically.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know, it's fascinating how a lot of these myths spread. Something else that kind of really bothers me is the historical revisionism that Jehovah's Witnesses have engaged in. It's egregious and vile and disgusting. Have you ever, do you know much about Jehovah's Witnesses? Or?
I not as much about the doctrine as I could have. I know a bit, and we did have friends who were Jehovah's Witnesses when I was a kid. I have a particular beef with the JW because they doctrinally hurt people I cared about. And so, yeah, I have no love for that sect in particular. But what's the, other than the Great Disappointment and then Great Disappointment 2, Electric Boogaloo, what historical revisionism were they engaging in?
Well, in World War II, the fact is they worked with Hitler, or they tried to work with Hitler to gain concessions and favors, and it fell flat, as I mentioned early on. And when it fell flat, it's an interesting case study in Christian nationalism and why it's a bad thing. You know, they didn't have anything to lose. They didn't have ties to the state to lose, right? The Catholic Church did. They had their, they were running the schools and the hospitals and things, and now that's on the line. It's not just about providing moral clarity. Is it wrong to kill Jews or not? They were stuck in this bind where they had to walk a line and be very careful about what they said, and they couldn't just provide the moral clarity because they had something on the line.
Yeah.
Well, Jehovah's Witnesses, they didn't have anything on the line anymore because Hitler wouldn't allow them to have anything on the line. So they started going scorched earth against the Nazi regime, releasing blueprints of the concentration camps and things like that, and shipping literature around to offer different things. But as it turns out, Jehovah's Witnesses have completely rewritten their historical record of Germany in the 30s. They actually They created this torture method for the Nazi regime that the Nazi regime used. This torture method was, if you renounce your beliefs, your position in the church or whatever, you'll be released from the concentration camps. It was called the Erklärung, the explanation, the renunciation form. And no other Christian group had that but the Jehovah's Witnesses, because the Nazis knew if they signed it, they would lose everything and everybody. And it would, it's just a new form of torture that they could enact upon Jehovah's Witnesses. And Joseph Rutherford, the leader at the time, facilitated that torture method. He created that torture method and allowed the Nazis, or gave them the ammunition to use it. If he had just said, you can sign this and it means nothing. We know they're using God against you, and God wouldn't want to be used against his people, so you can sign it and it doesn't mean that you don't love God any more or less. If he had just disarmed that torture method, they may have a completely different, I may have a different view of them from history, but you know what they did? Not only did they reinforce it by saying anybody who signs this document will have the same fate as the persecutors. Not only did they say that, but they worked with the guy who wrote the definitive history of Jehovah's Witnesses in the modern age. Detlef Garba is his name. They worked with him to erase Jehovah's Witnesses who did sign. So in this guy's book, the only people he follows are people who did not sign the form. People who did sign are relegated to footnotes or have an initial for their last name instead of their full last name. So like, what's his name? August Dickman. August Dickman was one of the first Jehovah's Witnesses to be executed. They take him out there and stand him in front of a wall and in front of a firing squad. And they get on the loudspeaker and say, today is Ascension Day. One of you is going to heaven. And they call Himmler and they get permission to pull the trigger. He says yes. And they unload on the guy. And then they have all the Jehovah's Witnesses in the camp lined up here, and they go down the line and hand them the Erklärungs, and they say, sign this or we're going to stand you up next to him and kill you. And everybody who signed got a single initial in Detlef Garba's book on the subject. Garba is not a Jehovah's Witness. I don't know why he erased Jehovah's Witnesses from this story. Families were deciding which parent should sign the form to keep the children and which one should not sign and go to a concentration camp. They were working out between each other how best to keep their children out of state custody. They believed, okay? It was a deeply held belief. But one of them had to sign to save the children. And that person was excluded from the historical record. Anna Marie B., who I mentioned, was, try to keep it monetizer friendly, was told to go to the basement and take her clothes off. Or sign. If she didn't sign, she was going to be taken to the basement and have her clothes taken off, and taken advantage of. She signed, and Detlef Garba erased her from the historical record. Like, I don't even know her last name. And I know. Say again.
When defending a doctrine or a faith takes precedent over the lives and sanity of actual human beings, like it's unforgivable.
Absolutely. And that's really the core problem, isn't it? That they were trying to protect their doctrine, their institution, their beliefs, and not their people. And I happen to know for a fact that Detlef Garba could find information on Anna Marie B. if he had chosen to, because he did find that information, and it's in the footnotes of his book. He has the archival record number in the footnote of his book. He chose to anonymize Anna Marie B. because she signed under threat of being taken advantage of. And that's not just one person. It's literally every person who signed the Erklärung in Germany is anonymized in his book. Every single person, without exception.
Yeah, it is very sad, and this is one of the reasons why I do what I do, why I'm involved with with atheist activities and outreach and things like that, is because I really dislike Christianity and Islam and Judaism because I love Christians and Muslims and Jews. I love the people, and seeing them harmed by something that is just made up blows my mind, and my heart bleeds for them. And we get people calling in, and they're calling about their religious trauma and their deconstruction stories, and everybody here has got a story, and some of them are absolutely harrowing. And to just imagine being, a Jehovah's Witness in the 30s, and you've been rounded up, and it's like and here's your choice. You can either denounce your faith and be completely ostracized and scrubbed from history, because of course, that much like the Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, you're either in or you're out, and if you're out, you are fucking out.
Yeah.
And to have to make that choice, and to not have the people you trust, the people who you're supposed to love you more than anyone, the people representing the highest moral guidance of your life, just turn their back on you. Because like you say, they could just say, no, that form means nothing. The only reason why it worked is because the church was complicit.
Yeah, they created the torture method. And even worse than that, the form changed between 1930 or before 1935. It was even more basic. It was just like, renounce your belief in God. And Jehovah's Witnesses could easily say, well, this is spiritual warfare. I'm just going to sign it and then continue being a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
They changed it after 1935 to be more explicit. You had to say the military oath. You had to all this other stuff. And Detlef Garba erased all of them even before 1935. So, yeah, disgusting. Disgusting stuff. How these institutions treat people and facilitate their torture and pain by forcing loyalty under torture. Like what?
Yeah. So yeah, I again, it's this weird feeling that I have, and I've been having it more recently, where I'm coming to the defense of the faithful because I see what institutions are doing with their faith and using it as a
100%.
weapon against them, and I'm like, it shocks and saddens me, and I'm like, why am I telling you to be more like Jesus? You should be doing that, but you're taking these teachings, this set of books, this doctrine, and twisting it into something just to keep people in line and empowering. Of course, the idea is, of course, but that's what it's for. That's what religion's always about. And yes, that is part of it, but there are degrees of these things. And the depredation of the far right here, and what they're doing with Christianity, and how they're using it to control people and justify the things they're doing, calling at the actions, like using words like crusade. Like,
yep.
What?
Yeah. There are some people who have a crusade tattoo. Have you seen that? Like an actual crusade tattoo?
Yeah, and like saying, like, it's ordained by God, it's a holy purpose, a holy mission, and I'm like, I can't believe I'm hearing this, and I can't believe that people are getting away with saying that. Like, that there must be some retribution to this at some point in the future. I'm with you on that. I'm hoping that we will get truth and reconciliation.
There will be.
And that people will be held to account.
Yep. It happens every single time. Every single time throughout history. You just give it some time, and I promise we're going to see it.
Okay. I will hold out hope for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're about that time.
Yeah, fun Nazi facts.
Yes, exactly.
Interesting thing. But it's been absolutely fascinating talking to you, Telltale. It's I always feel slightly in awe of people who have such knowledge and such a passion for particular subjects. And it's almost everyone here at the ACA. It's just like I'm sitting next to someone like you, or like a Justin DZ or a Forrest Valkyne. I'm just like, you know so much stuff, and I don't.
Right.
Teach me.
I know. Yeah, and it's like you don't know what you don't know, especially with Forrest. Like, he's so knowledgeable. Oh, my God.
Yep.
It's fascinating.
Well, thank you very much for coming in. And hopefully your missus isn't about to pop, but if she is, I wish her all of the best. I wish both of you
Thank you so much. Yes, any 5 minutes now. It doesn't seem like it at this moment, but yeah, it's like the rapture. It'll be here any second.
Any minute
You just
now.
wait and see. Yes.
With much wailing and gnashing of teeth, unless you get epidural.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Actually, have you heard of since you mentioned, you heard of that old forgery that's from, I don't know, 1,500 years ago, where it says, but Master, what happens if we don't have teeth? And Jesus said, the teeth will be provided. It's fake, of course, but I had a good laugh.
You never just imagine Jesus just cracking a joke.
Yeah, I know.
It seems weird.
I'm sure he probably did at some point in his life, assuming he was real, but, we don't get that side of him, sadly.
No.
Maybe people would like Christianity a lot more if he was a little funnier.
Yeah.
Right?
Did he stand up set?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, maybe we'll have to do a skit on that. Yeah, Jesus does stand up.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So are we waiting for the next person to come in?
I don't know. We're just kind of vamping on. I mean, I can.
Okay, cool.
I can wax lyrical about the ways that I mean, how the war was taught in our schools. I mean, of course, I haven't experienced the American education system, but because it is such a massive part of our history, they go into a lot of detail. We do a lot of history on the two world wars because it is so instrumental. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, I always wondered, what World War I was all about. Come to find out, it's really just World War II is really just a continuation of World War I in a lot of ways.
Unrest in the Balkans, but yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, we are wrapping up. Thank you very, very much, Telltale. It's been absolutely fascinating. And,
absolutely.
Donate.
Donate, please. Thank you so much for having me.
For some things, I require evidence. Other things, I take.
Which ones? Which ones?
Things that are fundamental for me to live a life.
What is it fundamental? Because if you're thinking that Jesus' words are fundamental, he told you to follow the law of Moses. In fact, he says in Matthew chapter 5 that if you don't follow the law of Moses and you teach others to not follow the law of Moses, that you'll be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So did Jesus say those words or no?
Yes, he did.
Oh, should you follow those laws?
Yes.
Do you follow those laws?
I do.
Okay, so then you would then approve of stoning a virgin. In fact, if she doesn't bleed on her wedding night, according to Deuteronomy 22?
No, of course not.
But the law of Moses said so.
Yes, but Jesus said, throw the first stone if you are without sin.
I agree. And as it turns out, there's plenty of people that can cast a stone that aren't fitting worthy of capital punishment. The point behind that passage, which, by the way, isn't original to the Gospel of John, was added in the 6th century. The point of that passage isn't that nobody should ever die. The point of the passage was Jesus was pointing out their hypocrisy because he said, if you're going to stone this woman, you guys are going to be next because you all have capital offenses on your rap sheet as well. Also, I have no reason to believe that this woman actually committed the crime and that Jesus believes she committed the crime because she was brought before Jesus without the other party there. You're supposed to bring both the man and the woman before trial so that they can be tried. The man wasn't there. If this story is actually original, which is not, Jesus probably just didn't believe what was happening. If he actually was telling people not to follow the law of Moses, it would be a direct contradiction of his own teaching. Do you think Jesus directly contradicted his own teaching?
Yes.
So Jesus gives you contradictory commands. What possible reason would he have for this?
He didn't give me contradictory commands or teachings.
He gives contradictory
He gives
command. He doesn't
different-
give you anything.
No,
He
you're
doesn't speak to you.
the
In the
exception.
Bible, Jesus gives contradictory commands. And then in Matthew 28, he tells his disciples, go make other disciples of the nations and command them concerning all the things I've commanded you, which would include all the stuff in the gospel. So how could they possibly do that if he's contradicting himself?
Jesus didn't teach contradictory things. God.
You just said he did.
Moses, if he's God, God ordered Moses contradictory things to the Jews.
Is Jesus God?
Then he did to the rest of the world.
Is Jesus God?
Because there's a contradiction between
more and
those
more.
two different teachings.
Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that God commanded this. When God commanded, Jesus was in accordance with this, and Jesus was okay with stoning women on their wedding night for not bleeding. And believe you me, I understand that this was a popular thing in the ancient world. It's weird that God would condone this behavior, especially because you know, I hope you know, that not all women bleed their first time. Do you know that?
Yes.
Sure.
But
So why would God command these innocent women to be stoned?
Yes, just to point out, there is no contradiction that you're hinting at. Just because in the past, God ordered different things to different people than he does to now everyone, that's not a contradiction.
It's a direct contradiction, Robert. He's talking to Jewish people in John. In the Gospel of John, chapter 8, where the story of the woman comes up, he's talking to Jews. In Matthew 5, when he tells them to follow the law of Moses, he's talking to Jews. He tells the Jewish people two contradictory things. One is don't stone the women. The other would be follow the laws of Moses. Those are contradictions. It's a direct contradiction to Jewish people.
No, because you can't ignore all his other teachings.
I'm not ignoring them. I've read them, which is why I'm telling you this is a contradictory teaching.
If you ignore all the rest of his teachings of forgiveness, of charity, of love for your neighbor, then there's a contradiction. But you can't just extract those two lines from the Bible.
That doesn't fix it.
Why not?
You can love your neighbor and still do the laws of Moses. That's why the love your neighbor commandment comes from Leviticus 19:18. That means the God who gave the laws think that these laws are compatible with loving your neighbor. So in Deuteronomy 22, when he said to stone the woman who is not bled on her wedding night, that is compatible with loving your neighbor. You can't say that loving your neighbor means that you can't follow the law of Moses.
But Jesus said that I give you a new law, a law of love.
Not the only law.
The most important law.
He didn't say that. He said, I'll give you a new law to love one another as I have loved you. And I agree. It is a new law. It's irrelevant. It doesn't supersede any of the previous laws.
Why do you say that it doesn't supersede them?
Because he loved other people by telling them to follow the law of Moses.
But that was at a different time for different people.
It wasn't at a different time. He didn't say do it for now. He didn't say do it for the next 5 years. He said to do it.
Yeah, then he said, stop doing it.
No, he didn't. Show me one passage where he said not to.
Mm-hmm.
When he said not to follow the law.
Where did he say that?
How about...
I'll give you a hint. He doesn't say it anywhere.
How about when he breaks the law himself?
He doesn't. I've never seen him break the law once.
What is it that they think it means?
Well, hello, 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 you lovely people, both here in studio and online. We have a very special segment lined up for you at this moment. We have an interview with our favorite Metroplex Atheists. We have Caitlin Beyond, president of Metroplex Atheists. Thank you for coming on. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you very much. And we also have the vice president of Metroplex Atheists, Colin Kilpatrick. How you doing, Colin?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Awesome. I'm doing well. You know, despite the 3 hours of sleep I've gotten, I'm actually pretty buzzed. You know, I'm pretty jazzed.
I took more than 3 hours of sleep this time.
Oh, yeah. See, that's the thing. That's how you do it.
Yeah. It's a little bit healthier.
For sure. Whew. But you know what? We bleed because we love, you know? All right, all right. Well, thank you so much for being here today. We've got a few questions that we're going to get into. So, Caitlin, we're going to start off with you. Tell us about your organization and tell us about your work.
Yeah, so Metroplex Atheist is the longest standing, as far as I know, and I've been corrected that it is. So Metroplex Atheist is the longest standing activist-focused organization, atheist organization in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. We really focus on fighting for separation of church and state. That obviously is a big deal, especially right now.
Especially here.
Woo! Yeah. So, but yeah, we do a lot to focus on our community, building that up. Yeah.
No wonder we're aligned. Look at that, everybody. Oh my gosh. Excellent, excellent. Colin, you have anything to add?
Yeah, it's just kind of been trying to make more community, build more like actual connections with people, and it's not necessarily just atheists, other progressive orgs and stuff where our values align, because we're basically humanists.
Right.
Awesome. Well, we definitely have some humanists in the crowd, right? Make some noise, make some noise. Awesome. Yay! Cool, cool. I don't know who is making noise. Maybe you at home? I don't know.
We'll go with that. We'll go with that.
I'm just inspired by Maxine from last night, I think.
Right,
I just want to tell people to make noise.
She was so good.
She's so great.
I loved her.
Oh my God. Well, thank you for that perfect segue, Colin, because I'm going to ask you, how do your core values align with this kind of work?
Well, like I said, I'm a bit of a humanist. I also really kind of just adhere to like the tenets of the Satanic Temple, that kind of stuff, be good to each other, try to use the best knowledge that you can and always be improving, that kind of stuff. So I think, just as long as we're pursuing truth and keeping that at the forefront, then we'll never really go astray. And I think that's kind of a big deal with a lot of atheists because eventually, we see the truth that none of this God stuff is real, even though they tell us that it is. And, so I think that's at the core of a lot of stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, well said. For sure. Caitlin.
Well, and I think to piggyback on that too, it's also the God stuff. If you believe it, that doesn't mean that you're bad. That doesn't mean that like an atheist thinks that you are inherently bad. That's completely different. So we've really started partnering with churches in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that are progressive. There's one that Colin has gotten a really good connection with that I've become friends with her. And then there's a UU church that we work with in Fort Worth. So there's a lot of different things that you can do. And when you hear UU church, it's not church. It's not, at least for me, I grew up Southern Baptist. It is not Southern Baptist church at a UU church.
Not operating
just so everyone knows.
Level there.
Like almost all of the congregation is atheist, is what I've been told. So it's interesting. Yeah. It's really interesting. They teach all religions.
Yeah, so. And then there's another UU church in Fort Worth, not one of the ones that we've specifically coordinated with, but I've been going to a lot more of their events lately, and they've been really growing a lot of community and doing a lot of progressive action and just giving a place for people to be and to connect and to have events. And so UUs are great resources.
Fantastic. Yeah, I completely agree. And I also believe the birthplace of humanism, yes?
I do believe so.
Yeah, that's right. Am I doing you proud, Fish Stark? I hope I am. I hope I am. Excellent.
I loved that interview last night.
Oh my goodness. So aren't they both so fire?
Yes.
I know. We could just talk about them forever. No ulterior motives here. We just like them.
Right.
Excellent. Well, how about any big accomplishments you'd like to highlight? Partnerships I'm hearing.
What else? One of the things I really want to highlight is the way that the group has really come together to put all kinds of different things. One of the biggest things I'm proud of from our organization in the last couple of years is our July 4th parade that we, it's not our parade, just so we're clear. The city of Arlington in Arlington, Texas is, they have a July 4th parade every single year.
The largest in the state.
It is a big deal. It's getting bigger by the year. We keep having to change where they've always done things. So anyway, the biggest accomplishment that I would say is last year's entry. Like I had a vision, not like a woo vision, but like I had this vision,
like an aspiration, yeah.
Right? But so like I had this vision to put together like a protest of some sort because they were honoring like their anniversary or something. Like their theme every year is laid out, right? So I tried to figure out a way to like protest without protesting, you know, kind of thing. So we put together an entire float that says atheists defend democracy. So we had those on the sides of things, and we had literally there were people who would see this and then stop clapping because it said atheist.
Although last year there were less of those people than ever before.
Yes.
And they've stopped saying that we'll go to hell, and they've started just saying Jesus loves you.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's
and you can start to see people too. I had one lady, I met eyes with her, and she folded her hands, and I said, hey, democracy is common ground, right? And she goes, okay. And she started clapping. And I was like, that is what we need. Like, that is what we need.
Well done.
So,
But
yeah.
my
I'm
favorite
super
thing
proud of
is
it.
when you see some teenager in the crowd and he looks at his parents and checks, so like, okay, and then he claps when no one's looking.
Mm-hmm.
You're not alone out there. We're everywhere.
We are everywhere. Yeah. Oh, no, I should have gone with that.
We
No,
are
I'm so
here.
sorry. Yes. Okay. Oh, don't get my own theme here. Woo, girl.
It's okay.
Including
3
here.
hours of sleep. You have an excuse.
Oh, thank you. No, but that's so well said. We are here. We are everywhere, right? And it's like we're doing this work to make sure that people don't just like feel like they're not alone, right? But they're not actually alone. Like we're there. We're visible. We're doing this work, and that's just fantastic.
Yeah.
I think that's another great segue. Thank you very much. For the last question I'm going to ask y'all, because we just got a couple of minutes left here. So what advice would you give to people out in our community who want to get involved, but they're hesitant, they're, you know, kind of weighing their options, they don't quite know where to start? What would you say to them? Caitlin, let's start with you.
I would say don't forget, we are all people that have other things going on too. So it is not at all where you have to be willing to give 40 hours a week to volunteer or whatever. You don't have to give anything that you can't give. So if you're interested and you're looking, don't hesitate to reach out. Like all of us are humans and all of us are gonna mess up along the way. So it's okay. We're not gonna always see your email. Don't think that if you didn't get a response from something that you weren't heard or seen, because somebody will make sure you will be. It's okay. Just reach out to us. Yeah.
Lovely. Colin, last
Yeah,
thoughts?
I would say the biggest thing is to just do something, you know? Join a group, join a chat, join a community if it's on social media, or if you just go to Meetup and look for something near you.
Not everything requires money or time commitment. Like not everything. We're doing something that we're hosting events to build little heaters to give to the homeless in the local area in the winter. And that's happening on the first Saturday of every month. And I have been booked every first Saturday of the month since we started doing it. But that doesn't mean that the other people there aren't doing it. So we're trying to create that space to where, like, there's always something for someone to do. We've created our Discord channel now so that we can connect and people can literally send a text and say, hey, does anyone want to go for a walk at this park? Like, I want to in an hour. Are you down? You know, like we can do that now.
Well, and that kind of is another thing that I've been noticing lately. We recently kind of changed up a bunch of our leadership at Metroplex Atheist, and we're just doing more things. And with more things to do, more people are showing up, because it's, you know, the Wednesday social at a bar. Not everybody wants to go to a bar. It's, well, okay, cool, but we're also going to do a cookout on Memorial Day, and people are signing up for that. You know, little things like that, just ideas that come to mind, and we make events and we post them.
I think a lot of that comes from, you have to be able to give your volunteers and members the freedom to be a member without having to like use their whole paycheck, which sure we all do, right? Nobody here feels like they ever give up. I don't think. I've never heard that complaint. But like,
we're not a cult,
right?
We're not, like,
we're not a
pressuring
cult.
you.
So, yeah, we're not a cult. We're not Scientology. Like, but and now I lost my train of thought. I don't know my point. No, you're good. No, you're good.
No,
It
but
wasn't
that's exactly it, right? Is that you have to create enough space for everybody, because not everybody wants to show up to the bar.
Yeah.
But something that's a little more family friendly at a park, and you know, still not going to break the bank like a potluck on Memorial Day. Hey, that's great. We also do sometimes a little bit of charity. We'll go and do a potluck where we feed the people at the Samaritan House, the people who are living there. And
what I
having
was
charitable acts has given our group a little more of an identity than it has in the past. And so more people are kind of getting involved because there's a reason to be involved.
Right.
You know?
And what I was going to say is, like, I think it also helps with, like, one of my ideas was to put it together. We don't have a lot of members, but to put together committees, which I know make a lot of sense for a lot of nonprofit organizations.
Sure.
And yeah, we don't have enough people to put on a committee right now. We don't.
Right.
But let's build the committees. And I'm not saying they're final committees that are going to last for 100 years. I'm saying let's put 2 committees together and let's start there. And when someone says, hey, I need someone to be on my committee, okay, go get them on your committee. At this point, we would rather them be Metroplex Atheist members. We would rather them be, like, involved in the community, but we also don't care. If you can't afford memberships, we're not going to keep you from helping to feed the homeless. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the door's always open. You don't have to pay dues. Like, we're always just going to be there.
But we also do need money. Speaking of, we're here to fundraise for ACA and for Metroplex Atheists.
That's right. They are a 501c3, so they are also tax deductible. They are also, you can give them as much money as you like.
And we're also at metroplexatheist.org.
Fantastic. There we are. All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Caitlin. Thank you so much, Colin, for coming on.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, absolutely. All right. So here's what's going to happen. I'm just going to keep talking while they leave the studio. And then and then I will be joined very shortly for our pre-show hype. Woo! It's very exciting because here's what we have coming up, y'all. We have Truth Wanted at a new time. We are going to be launching it because Friday nights are like, what? And then Sunday, you can have 3 shows. So we can do Talk Heathen. I know our shows. Talk Heathen and Truth Wanted and AXP all in one day. You can see all of your favorite shows and all of your favorite hosts, just like you're going to see today. And again, as a reminder, we are here to raise money. We have a match going on. We've made $235 out of that 500. Let's go ahead and smash that match, yo. All right. So that would be great if we could get on that. Need just like $300-ish more before we start the show. That would be so cool. Would love that. Awesome. Drop Tina in anytime. I'm ready for her. All right, excellent. So yeah, we're just going to keep going with this. And I would like to take this moment to thank all of our sponsors once again. Definitely Secular Texas PAC, definitely Recovery from Religion, definitely Round Rock Pride, and all of these folks that have come out to support us, definitely Secular Rising, and all of these folks that we get to work with, which is so lovely. Yeah. Oh, okay, great. Tina, is Tina in the room with us? It's like a seance.
Hi, Maria.
Tina, hello. How are you?
I'm awesome. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you were able to join us. Tina, tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Tina Hamilton. I live in Hamilton, Ontario, and people get a big kick out of that. So we're in Southern Ontario, not far from Toronto. And I am the secretary of SOFRE, the Society of Freethinkers Ontario. And we're a humanist group. We do in-person and virtual events to provide community for people in our area.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. You know, it's really lovely that we are able to partner across the border, because I think as we all kind of are aware, there's a little bit of tension, to say it kind of nicely, right?
Yes.
Going on. So one of the things that I really love about the fact that we're partnering with this fundraiser, which real quick, if you want to donate to SOFRE, the Society of Freethinkers in Canada, just go to www.tinycc/we are here SOFRE. That's www.tiny.cc/we are here SOFRE, and we'll have the links in the chat. So we just wanted to point them out because if you are in Canada or another place where you don't necessarily want to donate to an American-based entity right now, we understand. We're fucking some shit up. So if you would like to also donate to our friends across the border. We are thinking globally. We are acting locally. And we would love to spread the love across the border a little bit to our So Free friends. Isn't that right, Tina?
Yes, please. We would love that. And if you go to our website, sofree.ca, super easy to remember, and type in, you will see the fundraiser on the homepage, and you'll also see our social media links and upcoming events. So visit there, and you'll be able to support So Free and the ACA.
Whoop, whoop.
So yeah. So like you said, we are thinking globally and acting locally. We want to, we're so happy to partner with ACA because your work does something on a bigger scale than what we do, which is mostly local. We do a lot of in-person events, so that's perfect for people that are living in Southern Ontario and are Canadian and want to keep their money in Canada. Much as we love the ACA and love partnering,
absolutely,
there are a lot of diehard Canadians who are making a big effort on, being Canadian and supporting Canadian businesses. But we're humanists, so we are partnering because we have the same values and goals and slightly different missions, but both are focused on secular humanism and providing community for other humanists.
That's right. And ultimately providing community globally, right? I think
exactly
that's what's really beautiful about this too, is that these efforts can span everywhere because we are here and we are where, Tina?
We are in Hamilton, Ontario.
Yes! Oh, wonderful. Excellent. Tina Hamilton from Hamilton, Ontario. It's so easy to remember. So Free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tina Hamilton in Hamilton. You're just making this too easy.
I know. I'm here to help.
Amazing. Well, Tina, thank you so much for coming on. We're going to go ahead and we're going to get ready for Talk Heathen. Yeah! Very exciting stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and let people who are better at this show be handling those calls.
Yes.
But Tina, thank you so much for calling in, and we will.
Thank you, Maria.
Yes, of course. And let's go make that money. Let's go find those supporters. Donate.
Yes,
Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you on the other side.
Your neighbor as I have loved you.
They have no idea.
Yeah, because all he did, he told them to follow the law. He said that the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. He says, do all that they tell you to do.
Mm-hmm.
So to Jesus, loving them was restoring the Israelites, right? Following the mission of his father and showing them how to fulfill the law of Moses. That's what Jesus did.
Yes, but fulfill it in a truer sense than before.
But not make it go away. He didn't say it's going away. He says you need to do it.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that you still have to stone people. Like that.
No, it does mean that. That's what the law of Moses requires.
I think it's interesting that Jesus called the Pharisees hypocrites for not stoning kids.
Yeah,
for
Matthew 7, Matthew 15 and Mark 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe Thinker, maybe walk him through that passage. I bet he's never read it.
Yeah.
You really think that Jesus called the Pharisees hypocrites because they didn't stone kids?
Well, he called them hypocrites because they told him he was...
Why?
He called them hypocrites because they asked him why he and his disciples were not washing their nasty hands before they ate. And
but why do you
Jesus...
think that
hold on, let me finish speaking, please. And Jesus said, well, I'm going to do you one better. You're not following the law of Moses. God said to honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father and mother must die the death. And then he says to them, but you created your own tradition. You allow the children to cry Corbin, and then they don't need to honor their father, and you nullify the word of God, and he called them a hypocrite. Because the Pharisees allowed the children to cry Corbin and offer a votive offering to your God instead of being stoned for disobeying.
Being stoned is not part of that story.
It literally says they have to die the death. Yes, it is.
Can I just explain? But the problem there is not that the Pharisees were not stoning children. The problem that there is the Corban, the part that
What was supposed to happen instead of Corbin?
not doing it.
No.
Problem that
You are so dishonest. Verse 4 says, God said, stop, you are dishonest.
Disagree.
Verse 4 said, God said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. That is the law in Deuteronomy that says to bring your son before the elders, your unruly son, and say that he is a drunkard and that he is lazy and dishonorable, and have him stoned. It says they must surely die. So instead of Corbin, they were to be stoned.
No.
Yes, they were.
The point of that story is not that children should be stoned. That there is a Jewish tradition at that time of Corban that was immoral because it allowed people to not support their parents, not to honor them.
What were they? The problem is that they were not supporting.
Sometimes the religious speak and act as though everyone should believe the same thing, as though non-believers are unimportant, invisible, or even non-existent. But we're here.
No,
we're
they're
in
switching
coffee shops
because
and
of the
grocery stores.
fundraisers.
We're in
I think
classrooms and
those two are
construction
just in
sites.
between.
We're in hospitals, offices, and crowded city streets. We are curious, compassionate, fearful, hopeful, flawed, resilient, and alive. We're human beings just like you. We want to live and learn and love just like you. We want the world to be a better place for ourselves and for future generations just like you. And regardless of what anyone else says, we are here. This is Talk Heathen, and the show starts right now.
Hello, welcome everyone. Today is May 17th, 2026, and we want to welcome you all to the last leg of our second annual We Are Here 24-hour live stream and fundraiser.
Woohoo!
We are at the top of our 19th hour, still going strong, and thank you for joining us. I'm your host, Richard Giller, and joining me today are some fucking wonderful people. Objectively, Dan and Scott Dickey. How are you, gentlemen?
I'm doing great. Well. I'm awesome. I'm here in the studio at the live in Austin, Texas here, and it's great. It's been an awesome weekend. It's great to see everybody's support coming in. I'm waiting on the crew to help give me my notes on the screen right now because, there's just been so much going on, right? So
it's hard to keep up.
I know, but it's been a really cool thing, and I'm so happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, I'm fresh off a nap. I was on early this morning, and that went well, and so I'm anxious to get back into it now for a little Talk Heathen.
Yeah, there have been some great products on today. If you've not seen them, go back and watch them after the fact. Not yet, though, because we are here now. Of course, Talk Heathen is a live call-in show, and we have open lines, so get your calls in at 512-991-9242 or from your computer at tiny.cc/callth. And we are... we are not tried streaming today. We are usually tried streaming, but we're not today. But if you are on TikTok and you're wondering where we are, we're here. So get yourself on over here. And if you're on the usual channel to watch the Talk Heathen show, we are here. So get yourself on over here.
That's right. And you know what? I got the notes here. It's on the other tablet that's here in the studio right now. So the number to call if you want to do that is 512-991-9242, or you can call through your computer at tiny.cc/callth. As always, folks, this is a product of the atheist community of Austin, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. And if you're watching this live and you haven't been watching for the past 24 hours, that's what we're doing right now is pretty different from what we usually do. We are doing a 24-hour live stream, and we're going to talk about that in a bit more as the show goes on here. But everybody's coming out full force for this thing. So if you haven't watched the show in a while, maybe you're catching up. I mean, this is a great time to tune in because what better way to do it than during our 24-hour live stream? So. It's going to be great, guys. I'm looking forward to it.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure.
And that means Christians at home or non-Christians, whatever you want. Who cares? I want you to call in. Why not? Let's bring everybody in on the show today. We have open lines right now, folks. And I know you don't want to hear the three of us just jibber jabber for an hour and a half. Okay, I want to talk to you at home.
We will.
Okay,
we will do that. If necessary.
we will do that. But
jibber jabber.
I didn't get dressed up nice today to jibber jabber with Scott and Richard. Okay, I came because I want to talk to you guys. All right, so come on, give it to me, please. I'm begging you. But anyway, yeah, we do have open lines, and I'm looking forward to today. A lot of people here at the studio, as you've no doubt seen already if you've been watching. And,
how is the mood at the studio there right now?
The mood is half the people here right now I think slept here the night before because everybody's been working their butts off to make everything happening. I want to give a special shout out to Lucy Spina for the absolute amazing. Yeah, some people
definitely
got a little thing going on in the back. Yeah, it's incredible organization on their part. Thanks to Vern, of course, for always doing his thing. Honestly, there's so many names that have been trying to make this thing happen. So it's been really incredible. Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. And that means it's your time to say something, Scott. How about you? What's up? What's going on?
What's going on? I'm just like I said earlier today. I was we did a little bit of gaming. I got to play. I got to pretend I was a snake handling minister here. I got my snake here. So we had a little gaming, and you'll be happy to know that my team in the game, we were able to convince people that Jesus performed miracles. We were successful.
That's
in
great.
Our mission.
I'm surprised the ACA lets you handle your snake live on the internet. I feel like that's against the bylaws and maybe regular laws as well, but somehow you're able to do that.
Maybe it has to do with I'm in a different state, right?
Yeah.
About interstate,
something
whatever.
like that. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah. And then after that, though, I was on with Sophia Spina and Lee Gamble, and we talked about some questionable parenting advice from the religious, and so we had an interesting talk about that. So if you're interested in knowing how atheists deal with parenting issues, definitely go back and watch The View there. And then I had a little bit of a nap, a couple hours nap in there, and I got up about a half hour ago, 45 minutes ago, and I'm raring to go. So if you're watching, give us a call. Give us a call. We want to talk to you.
Absolutely. And I have a special announcement today, folks.
All right.
So our wonderful, awesome, amazing Tina has promised a $1,500 match today.
Nice.
That means if for every dollar that goes in, up to $1,500 is going to be matched by Tina, the ACA's godmother is what they call her. And so I want to see some donations today, folks. I know. We ask every week for you guys to donate. I get it. But this year we have a goal, okay? A very specific goal. And I want to make sure that we hit it, okay? There's only so many hours left in this live stream, and it's up to you to make something happen today. So please, for the love of God, if you've ever watched any of these shows and you've gotten anything out of it, whether it's just a laugh or an argument or what, please consider donating today. This is the day to do it. So thank you. That's what I want to say. And trust me, it's not going to be the last time.
I almost need to hang up and go donate myself right now.
Yes, Scott, you should. You should get your credit card out and just do it live.
Spirit moving me.
You should screen share so everybody can see your number and then type it in. And we'd all love to see that. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be a good idea.
There is someone in the live chat for the Talk Heathen stream saying that we don't know what we're talking about. Essentially, and that we're not very bright. So instead of shooting your mouth off in the chat,
but where's the live, Richard?
Give us a call.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, you should tell us to our faces instead of on the internet posting. Okay, if you have the bravery to do it.
Right.
Just saying.
But wait, so are we just not knowledgeable in this specific area, or are we completely ignorant about everything?
It just says atheists aren't very bright. That's the sum of their contribution regarding our knowledge. Please do give us a call. The number is 151299199242, or you can use your computer at tiny.cc/callth. Just give us a call.
Yeah,
that's what we're here for.
No big whoop.
They say atheists aren't very bright. I say anonymous shit talkers are cowards. So how about that? Okay. You know, fuck it. Let's get spicy today, folks. I want to get into it. We have open lines, so everybody, if you're watching on YouTube, TikTok, whatever, come talk to us. Okay, tell me about your argument that you heard from your granddad.
Nej, säger
over the
sådär
weekend,
comment att stå här
that was
behind
probably
the
made up
anonymous.
and dumb. I had this existential thing recently where I'm like, oh my god, I need to never talk to my grandpa about AI ever again, because I don't want to tell him about it and let him know, like, yeah, you can actually use AI right now. Like, I don't want him to get into that. I feel like there's a whole ecosystem online of just people, whether it's like relationships with AI or just, you know, I don't know, just fake information and stuff, right? And I want him to like be as ignorant as he can of that, right? But I don't know.
But how can he develop his immune system if you don't expose him to the risks of the world out there?
No, I don't think it's like that. I think it's I just like during you know, the bad times in 2020, I think he's one of the protected folks. Okay, we got to keep the AI away from them. Okay, like I don't want him to get exposed, because I don't think that's going to happen, right? I don't think that immune system's going to improve. But you know, that's just my take. Yep. We have, again, open lines here. Joined today with Scott and Richard. Scott, tell me what you've been up to. Richard, what have you been up to? Because this is my first appearance so far on the stream today. So what have your activities been, Richard?
I've not done. This is the first live thing I've done. There was a for anyone in the US, it was broadcast at 5 a.m. So you had to get up early to catch it. Scott was telling me he caught the back end of it. A recent lecture I did a lecture about belief and you know, how we can assess that our beliefs are true and in accordance with reality. And in that, I talked about a whole bunch of stuff. I talked about philosophy. I talked about, you know, the universe and what reality actually is and how we know that that's what reality is. I talked about the human brain and the way it works and how we make cognitive mistakes. I talked about how that relates to religion. I talked about how it relates to ghosts, beliefs in ghosts, and all those great things. And I brought it all together, and you know, as an assessment of, you know, this is the best way that we have of assessing what is really true. And it's a great topic, that whole thing of, you know, and there's been so much great literature on it. And it's, you know, when you talk to theists, when we talk to theists in this sphere, in this online sphere, and this goes from the kind of idiots who are in the chat who won't call in, and right up until the kind of people with philosophy degrees. When we talk to theists in this sphere, you know, when you go to the YouTube channel of theist philosophers and they're making statements, you will always get this very definite, this is the way it is. And I think that's a really bad way to do philosophy. I really do think philosophy for me is not about making, all right, you can have your ideas about stuff and you can be drawn towards theories and be more accepting of some of the others, as am I. But I think when you get to that point where you start saying, this is my pet theory is definitive, I think that's where you're in trouble. Because for me, the great thing about philosophy is it allows you to ask questions, and it presents you with rules, and it presents you with a way of doing that, which means that it is coherent. And that's what I like about philosophy. I'm not a fan of philosophy bros. I'm not a kind of people, academics playing academic journal tennis with the pet theories. All of this stuff is, I'm not interested in it, because to me that it misses the point of searching for what is likely true. And that is the beauty of philosophy for me. And I think that side of it is missed so much. You know, in the lecture, I talked about consciousness. And one of the things that really strikes me about consciousness is the fact that we have this thing where, you know, and I will shout this from the rooftops, I repeat this every opportunity I get. One of the things about consciousness forums for me that really annoys me about them is that we tend to invite philosophers to them, we tend to invite neuroscientists and psychologists to them, and different areas of that kind of ilk, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. But what we do is we neglect to bring non-human animal biologists to the table. And when you consider you've got Nagel's What It's Like to Be a Bat, a seminal paper on the subject of consciousness, and it talks about, the perception of another creature, and we neglect that on every single consciousness forum we have. They're just not invited. Why aren't we invited? Why aren't we inviting animal biologists? People who study the consciousness of octopuses and dogs and other creatures. Because these are actual people. There are people who study this. There are people who study these things who relate to the consciousness and the way that a dog's physical makeup contributes directly to the way it perceives the world and the way it takes in the world via its sense of smell. Why aren't we including these people? This is criminal. We need to change this.
Oh my God, Richard, I'm so glad you're talking about this because I'm about to rant at you like real quick, okay? I promise you this is entertaining.
Nice.
Because this is why I was talking about the AI thing earlier, okay? This week on a stream that I was doing, I read through a recent essay that Richard Dawkins submitted to a publication. And listen, my opinion is not reflective of the atheist community of Austin, okay? Or any other hosts. I do not like Richard Dawkins, okay? I think he's been doing more harm than good recently, and this is another fine example of this because he wrote this entire essay, folks, about why his Claude, right, his AI Claude chatbot, basically, right, is conscious. Okay. Did he interview any philosophers about their thoughts on it? Did he talk to any other biologists about it? Did he talk to anybody in STEM fields that could explain how large language models work? No. He just cited basically the Turing test and was like, oh, they passed the Turing test, so hey, maybe this is conscious. And anyway, here's a copy and paste of me talking to Claude, and Claude thinks I'm awesome and says, wow, our conversation's really cool, actually. So it must be conscious, right? Because it thinks I'm smart, right? Yeah. It's like, oh my freaking goodness. Like, you know, there's people that study consciousness, right? Like, there's academics, like you said, PhDs, people who have spent their entire careers trying to talk about this. And then here's Richard Dawkins, and I'm going to call other people, other science bros out, right, who downplay the field of philosophy and say, oh, it's not important, right? Science contributes everything to that philosophy knows and understands, so we don't need to know philosophy. It comes afterwards. Yeah, at the same time, here's a man that says that his chatbot is conscious, and he thinks because he's a biologist, he's qualified to say that, right? And it's ridiculous. Absolutely insane.
But did he define consciousness?
No, of course he didn't, Scott. No. You know why? Because that's what a philosopher would do. He's a biologist. Anyway, it's just, it maddens me, right? Because how many people in our community think they're just so smart because I got science on my side, and that means I know everything that I'm talking about in every single respect ever, right?
Right.
This is a problem with content creation as a whole, I think, right? YouTube and being how many public intellectuals somehow are talking about astrophysics one day and then about philosophy another day and political science another day, and somehow they must know everything. I don't know. It drives me crazy, Richard. Really does.
Yeah, I'm absolutely in the same boat. I'm interested in a wide range of subjects. My background academically is in religious studies and philosophy. I'm about to go into the field of psychology as well. Mm-hmm. But I'm not there yet. But I have a real big interest in that. I also have an interest in cosmology, and I'm a complete layman.
Well, you know what?
I'm quite happy to make a distinction.
You should write an essay and submit it to a publication, because your opinion is, anyway, I don't know. Just crazy.
We should just make there's nothing wrong with saying, look, I have an opinion on this. And Richard Dawkins is every right to say, look, I'm a public figure. I have an opinion on this subject.
Sure. Yeah.
But to speak on it as if he is an expert in that field... Yeah. When he's not, that's where the mistake arises, and it's a mistake a lot of people make.
Yes,
across the board.
If we figure out that large language models are conscious, it's not going to be Richard Dawkins that does that, right? It's going to be the people who have worked on large language models their entire life, right? People who have studied this specific subject, right? And I don't know. We live in a day and age where suddenly, if you're domain expert on one thing,
gonna
you have confidence to talk about everything else because everybody's like, oh, you're so smart, you're so great, you think. Another thing about Doug is that I don't like is anytime he's ever talked about theology, right? And this goes back to every time he's in a debate with other Christian folks, and I'm like, the Christian guy sounds better than you do right now because you don't know what you're talking about when people are talking about, theological terms and stuff, right? I mean, there's very set, concrete definitions. It's actually more thought out than you might give it credit for. But it just makes people look foolish. I don't know.
Yeah, I wrote. I'm going to get called out by a lot of people by saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Fuck it.
No.
I wrote a paper giving a really, really, really scathing new atheism.
Yeah.
As part of my philosophy degree, because I think a lot of it. I think of a lot of the people who adhere to it are engaging in snobbery. Yes. I think a lot of people who engage in it think less of other people, and Dawkins is one of these people. I agree. He in one of his books, I don't remember which book it was, I just remember quoting it for this paper that I wrote. He actually said he was talking to a clergyman, an educated clergyman, and he basically said, I'm going to paraphrase because I can't remember the exact quote, but he basically said, look, you need to educate your flock because they're too stupid to understand this stuff. And that is a big paraphrase. Yeah, but it's essentially
that really makes me be an atheist. Jeez, these atheists, they sound really nice and not elitist and bullshit. That pisses me off too. Because how are you supposed to convince anybody that you're right if you're the most annoying person in the room to talk to? Seriously, I don't understand.
That's not how you do it?
It's just, all right. There's this mentality that people want to be the smartest person in the room. If you're the smartest person in the room, then you're in the wrong room. Okay, you need to talk to other people, or find some respect for other people and their lived experiences and their own domains of knowledge that maybe that you haven't actually considered, right? Because maybe you're just one person on Earth, and other people might see things differently. I don't know, crazy idea, guys, but revolutionary for some, I guess. It's insane.
It looks, gents, it looks like we do have a call, so I'm going to bring Drew in, who is an atheist from Texas. And they are asking, what is your theory on why the right is lying about the Gen Z revival? And this is going to be interesting because I have no idea what that means.
Oh, okay. All right. We can talk about that. Hello, Drew. You're live on Talk Heathen. What's going on?
Hey, Dan. I just want to say that I am such a big fan, been a big fan since 2018 years ago.
Oh, my goodness. Drew, you are cutting out like crazy right now. You're in another dimension, my friend. Oh
no.
I can't wait. Okay, talk again. Maybe you're fixed.
How about now?
Okay, now it's good.
Better.
Thank you. All right, please go ahead. We didn't hear anything you just said, so go ahead.
Well, I'm a big fan, Dan, and I'll keep it short. The religious right, do you guys think the religious right is lying about the Gen Z religious revival? And if they are lying, in your opinion, then why would they lie about that?
Yeah, this is very interesting. So for those who don't know, there has been a narrative within the past couple of years. It started with, oh goodness, I can't remember the name of the university right now. But, there was just been some revivals at, who would have guessed, Christian universities, right? Revivals are sort of this older idea of people coming to church and praising and doing worship for really long periods of time and stuff, right? That's happening. And at the same time, there's these claims that are being made, right? Gen Z is actually more religious than any other generation, right? And there's been skepticism about that, people going back and forth. I think that, people are living in obviously very scary times. And what does religion do if not give people comfort and peace, right? Or in a sense of hey, everything's going to be all right. I'm sure that there's more people that are expressing their Christianity in that kind of sense. The numbers are just too conflicting. Once again, we just talked about how we're not experts, right? I'm not experts. Sociologists are very confused about what's happening here. And if they're confused, I'm going to be confused because I can't make heads or tails of it either. What I will say is there is definitely a push about this narrative, right, that Gen Z is more religious because it wants to, it makes people feel better about themselves in some way. There's certainly some interesting trends that I can't say that has been replicated before. There's a online tradcath movement that's happening right now, right? There's all kinds of these weird alternative subcultures. But does that represent the whole? Does that represent all of them? I don't think so, right? But it's complicated. So I definitely think people want me to believe that a revival is happening. Whether it's actually happening or not, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. So
yeah, my
Why do you think
kind
they'd
of take
want you
on
to
this.
believe that?
Well, because my generation, millennials, I'm like a zillennial. I'm like kind of in between. But, you know, there was this idea that, oh, we're all going atheist now, right? Oh, we're all becoming more secular, more non-religious. And I think that scared the crap out of people, right? And so there have definitely been efforts to try to change that because it turns out, hey, the youth are the future, right? And so you can't fill up churches without more people coming in. And that means having families and sticking to some, you know, traditional values, quote unquote, right? So there's definitely an incentive for sure. Yep.
Yeah, Drew, I would also add that just looking at it from the idea of the statistics perspective, right? I mean, you've heard the phrase, you know, there's lies, there's dirty lies, and then there's statistics. I do take umbrage with that a little bit, but you can. I think a more realistic way of describing that would be you can say things if you're talking to if you know statistics and the other person doesn't, then you can massage it. You can look at it from the perspective you choose, which is a very unsystematic, unscientific, unstatistical approach to it. You don't want to go in with the idea that you want to you're trying to tailor the situation for your particular outcome. And so in this case, I think these religious groups do have a motivation to make it look like that their numbers are going up. We've had years with numbers in religion going down, and it can be kind of disheartening. It can be disheartening, and so they want to kind of give a morale boost to the people that are in the organization. And you know, it's not like they're by fudging the numbers or by misrepresenting the numbers. And I'm not saying that that's specifically what they're doing, but it's not that doing that actually makes your religion more popular, but it can affect the mood of the people that are there. And if they're doubting, then they might think, oh, well, if all these other people are starting to come on, maybe I can change my voice, or my position.
See, Scott, I don't even want to assign motive here because I think that I mean, because there is like there's stuff that's happening that I can't really explain, and I don't know why in the popular culture when it comes to religion, particularly Christianity, but like Gen Z, right? And I don't know. I think people are trying to. I think they're calling it a revival because they're seeing something that they're trying to describe. I don't even think it has to be a malicious like, oh, haha, we want to make people think that that there's more people than there is. I think that
I didn't mean
that.
It's not like they're trying to misrepresent things to the world or whatever. But you can and I'm not accusing any particular person of having any particular motive here. But we can see how that would be attractive to somebody.
Yes,
we can see how that would be attractive to portray yourself. We all do it all the time, right?
Yeah.
We're all biased in our own favor, and so when you describe things, you have a tendency to describe it in a way that's favorable to you. And we can see that very starkly when you're watching sporting events, right? If there's a close call at a sporting event, was that inbounds? Was that outbounds? We can all watch the same video clip. We can all watch the same replay, but we're still going to see it in a different way. And so it's not necessarily, I mean, certainly people can lie. They can intentionally deceive with statistics if they know that their audience is not statistically literate. But there are other reasons. It can be like self-serving. It can be like I said, getting morale up, and so things can be manipulated. Is that kind of what you're talking about when you were talking about Gen Z revival? This idea that they're saying, oh yeah, where people are coming back to the Lord.
Yeah.
Oh man, Drew, you're in another dimension again. Get back. Come back, Drew.
No.
There he is.
Okay.
You're good. Go ahead.
Testing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, very good comments, very good points, guys. You guys actually have inspired me to drive right out to the ACA right now to watch the rest of the show in person.
This is
but before I get in the car, let me ask you one last thing.
Okay.
Do you think that it could have, at least, you don't want to ascribe too much motivation, but there are a lot of different players in this, including some really big corporations that have been funding big religious right type movements. You guys know what I'm talking about. Organizations with a certain fella. You know who I'm saying. And so I kind of wonder, could there be any part of these corporations are seeing that the religious revival that they're trying to create is not happening, and so they're actually misleading their shareholders with these stories of Gen Z religious revival?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that could definitely be a thing. You could talk about that being an advantage to larger, let's call it organized efforts. I'm not even sure it has to be that. Just this week, I was looking because, like I told you, I was streaming earlier this week about AI stuff. We were watching AI content that was definitely targeted towards Christians. That was script, video, voice, everything completely generated by AI. Probably just some guy in India that's like capitalizing on that, right? Like anybody that is seeking a profit motive and wants to do something that's not the hardest thing in the world can definitely make Christian content that's going to cater towards, people that are interested in that. And having that narrative of, hey, there's more younger people that are in this and it's growing and all these things are happening, that convincing people of religious miracles and revivals has been sort of the thing for the Catholic Church since it's been a thing. So yeah, of course other people are going to take advantage of that too. If anything, it says something about capitalism, but that's just my take. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, before you drive out,
thanks,
Drew, I
guys.
just want to
Great
share
answers.
a quick.
Yeah.
I just want to share a quick story from just yesterday. But I want to preface it with, I think we've got to be very careful in saying, labeling a whole bunch of people about lying, because I think there are lots of people on the Christian right who genuinely believe that revival is happening because largely of the lies they might read from elsewhere, but they're just being misled themselves. So I think we've got to be very careful we've got to look at the nuances of stuff like this. But on the converse side of that, just yesterday, I was on a social media platform and I saw a photograph placed by a Christian. There was a march yesterday in Britain, one of these fucking racist flag-waving things where they all pretend they're patriots, but they're just racists. And there was a photo shared from that march. And there was in this particular picture, there were about 200 people. And there were a bunch of crosses on the floor, and I think about 5, 6, 7, maybe at the most, people in this crowd had picked these crosses up. And the guy had put thousands of Christians showing their support for England. The revival is happening, or something along those lines. And I called him out and I said, let's look at this picture. Let's look at the ratio. There's maybe 6 or 7 people out of 200-300 people picking the crosses up. It's hardly indicative of a massive revival, is it? And he then said there are other photos with thousands of people carrying the crosses in this march. So what I did is I quickly went and I did a quick Google search. I pulled a few photos down from various different media platforms and I posted them all up. And a lot of these photos had thousands of people in. And there were very few, if any, crosses to be seen. And I said, look, there are no crosses in this. Where are these photos you're talking about? Because it seems to me like you're creating a narrative which isn't there. Certainly there are lots of people on this rally. Certainly there are lots of people expressing their opinions here. But it doesn't seem to match the narrative you're trying to spin with your post. And he came back to me and he said, oh, no. Actually, it was just satire.
Of course.
I didn't mean it.
Classic.
So I challenged him and I said, hang on a minute. I said, if it was satire, this is what I would have expected to happen. You would have made the post, I would have commented, and you would have said, hang on a minute, mate, you've got it all wrong. It's just satire. You're a bit of a dick. You've jumped on it.
It was just a prank, bro. It was just a prank. Yeah.
I says, that's not what happened. I says, what you've done is you've spent 6 or 7 posts since that original post arguing with me that this, in fact, is happening. And only at the point when I've given you a wide range of other photos from the event where you can clearly see that your narrative isn't playing out, have you changed your stance? And he said something really interesting. I genuinely found this interesting because you don't get this lot. He said, yeah, actually, you're right. I did make it up. And then he blocked me.
Wow.
But it just shows that some people will actively lie to try and push this
100%.
agenda. I just think we've got to be very careful not to label everybody on the Christian right as being liars because of this. Because I think
just most
some
of
people,
them. I'm just kidding.
some people may not have that opinion at all. Some people may have been convinced that this is the case and genuinely believe it and may not actively be lying. I think these are important distinctions to make.
Yeah, agreed. Drew, thanks for calling in.
We should be.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, we should be harshly critical to systems, but compassionate to individuals, right?
Amen.
Yeah.
Nicely
Amen.
put.
Absolutely.
Nicely put.
Drew, thank you so much. Hope to see you come by later. And we'll either way, enjoy the rest of your day today. And what a great first call. Folks, I need to remind you.
Thanks, Drew.
Need to remind you, today's the 24-hour live stream. Okay, this is the day to donate. Again, if you've ever enjoyed any of our calls, if you've ever gotten anything out of any ACA program, please consider showing your support. We are doing a special promotion, I guess is the best way to call it. Tina, a.k.a. the godmother of the ACA, has said that she will match the next $1,500 that gets donated. I'm not sure where we're at in that progress right now, but I hope you consider it, right? Because I love this community. I love everybody that's doing something here because I truly, in my heart of hearts, believe that we've helped make a difference. It certainly made a difference in my life. Yep. And if we've even made just the tiniest smidgest of difference, please consider donating today. We would love to hear that from you. Another thing I want to point out is that we are raising money not just for the Atheist Community of Austin and the Society of Free Thinkers in Canada, and we got about 5 hours left to make our goal. And our goal, in case you haven't heard, is $25,000. So please donate if you can, folks. For the next couple donations, I believe we have. I was going to say super chat. I think our preferred method is if you go to the the QR code that's on the screen there. I would love if we could verify a way for people who have donated, because I will say some ridiculous shit. If that's what it takes, I will use my body in ways that is not helpful to say whatever needs to be said. If that's an incentive, okay.
Richard,
I'm trying,
how much you got on you?
Funny super chat. I don't know. Just the most clippable stuff. I'll regret it in years, but if it helps the mission today, I want to make it happen. So please, I don't know. Consider donating. Anyway,
I saw Jamie the Blind Limey eating limes earlier. Are you going to step it up above that, or
I don't have a pun-based name like that I can do. I mean, Scott, if you got ideas, let me know. Right? Look at this setup I got going on right now. I got 2 tablets in the studio. Hold up, can we get that? Yeah, look at that. I got both going on. That's crazy right now. Anyway, a lot of technology. I don't know. I just thought that was funnier in my head to show off than it actually was. So just whatever on that. Anyway,
I like how Richard and I are both silent there. Just let Dan dig his own hole.
Yeah.
I know. You guys are, real great. Great showmanship today, guys. Great co-hosting. Yeah.
If you do want to call in, we have had an atheist caller. We've had a great conversation. If you disagree with that person, if you disagree with anything that we have said, whether you're a Christian, Muslim, we will talk to anyone. And on that point, by the way, one of the things I see quite a lot, and I'm sure you guys see it too, is across social media saying atheists only pick on Christians, are scared of talking to other religious groups. Right. I have been doing this over 30 years. I have talked to Muslims, I've talked to Buddhists, I've talked to Hindus, I've talked to Taoists, I've talked to non-affiliated religious people. I've talked to people who think if you take drugs, you can meet God. Right. I've talked to people who have this enotheistic view that there is one supreme God and lots of other gods below that. I've talked to polytheists. I've talked to people who believe in tribal religions. We are not limiting ourselves to talking to Christians. You can call in.
Yeah. This is
regardless of what your belief is, you are welcome to call.
You're right, Richard. I hate this. This is a personal pet peeve of mine when people are like, "Why don't you talk to Muslims?"
It's only
more? Why
Christians
don't
who
you do all
phone in.
this?"
They
And,
act as
okay,
if
here's
atheists
the
run
real,
around
here's my
dialing everyone
heart of
going, "Are you
hearts
Christian?
opinion
Are you
here.
Christian?"
If you and I'm talking about if you're a Muslim and you're in America,
Yes, have you found
statistically,
Jesus?
you are more likely to be very secular, right?
Hey,
More
lost the
secular than
game.
most Muslims globally. Like that's just a fact. And the Muslims that I've known in my life are just pretty awesome and amazing people. If you gave me 2 people and you told me I had to hang out with them for a day, and the only thing you told me is that one of them was Muslim and one of them was Christian, I choose the Muslim every day of the week, because my experience again with, in America, right? It's different globally, right? And so that there's differences there. But if you're here, you're probably already getting shit on as a Muslim more than what I want to dogpile on that for, right? I'm here to criticize the ideas, and I'm happy to tell you why Islam is bullshit any day of the week. But we're not here to denigrate individual people, right? We're here to talk about why we think some ideas are more true than others. We particularly like to talk about Christianity because we live under a Christian hegemony right now. We have been for years, but it's getting worse. And that's what's most important to me right now, right? As an American living in America. But no, we're happy to talk to anybody about, whatever nonsense you believe in. But anyway.
Oh, even if you don't believe in nonsense. I mean, if you're an atheist and you want to call in and talk, Drew decided he wanted to talk to us and called in. If you're an atheist, today might be a great day to do it because we want to show that we are here. And so we'd love to hear from atheists as well, telling us your story about how you're here too, how you're out there in the world, doing things, living your life, raising your family, doing your job. Being a good neighbor and all that kind of stuff. Let's hear from the atheists as well.
Speaking of that,
of course, we love hearing from the religious, but atheists as well. Sorry, Dan, go ahead.
No, absolutely. That's I 100% agree, and I think anybody should call in if they want to talk to us about their stories. That's another thing that we love talking about. And about stories, I have a story that I want to read from you today. This is a sort of atheist testimony that I'm going to be reading out. I mentioned So Free earlier, which was the Society of Free Thinkers in Canada. And this is something that somebody submitted. They said, humans are social creatures, and the thing that keeps many people from going to church long after they have lost their faith is the sense of community. And SoFree provides that sense of community for non-believers. SoFree offers many kinds of social events, from regular movie nights, summer picnics, an annual conference, monthly brunch gatherings, guest speaker events, participation at municipal multicultural festivals, pub nights, and so on, thus providing something for everyone. And different people attend at different times, and there are many opportunities to meet like-minded people and to share camaraderie and build new friendships. So as new members join, new interest groups form, and even more activities are added to the options available. SoFree is a priceless resource for the many atheists, humanists, agnostics, and free thinkers in our community. And in addition, it offers assurance to people who are losing their faith that they will not be alone if they choose to leave. So if you're in Canada and you want to know more information about the organization, check out the description for this video, wherever you're watching it at. I'm sure there's some more of this stuff there, but I just wanted to, quickly give a shout out to SoFree, who we're also, in partnership with today for the fundraiser.
So every dollar that you donate here goes to help all these organizations. In fact, every dollar that you donate has $2 that's going to be helping us out because Tina, the godmother, is doubling up our donations for the next $1,500.
Yeah.
So let's get those donations in because we need a community. The C and ACA is all about community, and so so we want to support that.
You've ever heard the phrase "more money, more problems"? Okay, we're here to help you with that problem. Okay, we want you to come down. We're leaving you of the burden of having too much money to spend. I'm just kidding. I know times are hard. Okay, and things are stinking for a lot of people. So we appreciate anything that anybody can give today, whether it's $1 or $5, $10, whatever. It all. You should all know it goes to. Again, nonprofit organizations, people who are posting all their shit publicly. Okay, we're not like a church. We'd be like, oh yeah, we'll take your money, and then you have no idea, what's being done with it. So yeah, please consider donating if you have the means to do so. But on that note, we still have open lines today, folks. Please, I'm begging you. Give me something. Talk to us about anything you want to talk about, because this is a call-in show, ostensibly, right? I don't know, but I'm happy to talk with these gentlemen any day of the week, regardless, right? Despite my earlier claims to the contrary, but
it's all in good fun. It's all in
What's
good
that?
fun,
What's
right?
that, folks? What's that?
We have smashed our $500 match.
Okay.
And we are
Let's go to the big board.
Okay,
What
we
do
have. I just got word. Oh, it's hard. Do you want to give the announcement? You should say it yourself. Come here.
Hey team, just a quick update. I wanted to say we smashed our $500 match, so good job. Excellent. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then the next thing is that we are $1,115 into our $1,500 match from our fairy godmother, Tina.
Yes. All right.
All right, so we don't need much more to get to that match. Dig deep, give till it hurts. We know how much it hurts. I'm on 3 hours of sleep. No, anyway, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Thank you. I'm so glad she gave the announcement, because she was yelling at me here in this room, and I have these earphones in, and I could not hear a word. And I was like, please just say it, because I'm kind of picking up what you're saying. But anyway, these earbuds could not got it. But yes, thank you guys so much for helping. Truly, it does mean the world. We are, we are going to be exceeding our goal from last year. Right, like it's just beautiful. I love to see that.
Right, yeah.
And I want to see us smash this year's goal too. So I'm happy as we're getting into our peak showtime here, right, with all of our live call-in shows. I'm hoping that we can do that we can really make this work. And it is all thanks to everybody watching today's show. So thank you so much for contributing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If you look down here, you see all these people. These are the people that are donating here. So if you want to see your name on there, if you want to give a message to people watching the show, there's a spot on there where you can type in a little message, and we'll share that on the little crawl down here too. So all these people, thank you to all these people for the donations that you made, that have donated actually double all of the amounts listed there, because we've been had some very generous matching funds lately. So keep those donations coming in. I think we have a chance to achieve our goal here. So we want to keep pushing for that, and we'll just baby step our way to the goal, right? Baby step all the way in.
Yes, absolutely. Yep, go ahead, Richard. You got.
We have a caller, Drew, again, or maybe it's the same Drew, maybe it's a different Drew. Who knows? From Texas, who wants to talk about the resurgence of astrology. Let's bring in Drew.
Hey, how's it going?
Drew, hello. How are you? Again.
Hey, yep. I
just had another caller that sounded
not
just
the same
like
Drew,
you.
different Drew. Richard,
different Drew.
Richard, they're not all Drews are the same. Okay?
Oh, not all Drews from
not all
Texas
Drews.
are the same.
Just a Drewist.
Yes, I'm Drew K, also from Texas, also
right.
from Austin, from Austin. ACA content was absolutely critical, and I guess it was invaluable for my deconversion for sure. And so it's really rewarding for me to now be in Austin and be able to come back and actually contribute in person. It's really cool. Yeah.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you so much. Definitely been obviously impactful for me too. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking in front of the microphone, right?
Man, Dan, your journey in particular is something that I think that anybody who's interested in, I don't know, just philosophy in general should follow.
Yeah,
I think
that's quite a story.
Well, I appreciate that. I would rather highlight the other amazing people that have helped build this community, because it's been here long before I started contributing, and it's going to be here long after, I hope. So.
Well, I appreciate that perspective. We stand on the shoulders of giants, as it were. But yeah, no, I wanted to call in because I wanted to ask about astrology in particular, because I feel like it's kind of like been my recent high horse or something, I guess, or recent frustration is that I feel like the resurgence, or at least my perception of the resurgence of astrology as kind of a personality trait or as something that is core to someone's worldview, has been particularly frustrating to me in recent years, because I feel that it's honestly, I guess, to be a little dramatic about it, I feel like it's sort of a death knell for Western civilization in my mind, because it demonstrates the pervasive lack of critical thinking and the openness to adopting positions that aren't supported by sufficient evidence. And I think it's important personally to I guess, speak out against pseudoscience and against adopting beliefs without sufficient evidence across the board. And so I guess I wanted to get the panel's opinion on the recent resurgence of astrology and whether or not that is a risk.
Sure, I have a lot of thoughts, but I've been talking like crazy. I want to let these guys start first.
Yeah.
Go ahead, gentlemen.
I want to let Scott jump on this because Scott is a mathematician, and I think that plays a big part. those things, a belief in this sort of stuff where we're looking at essentially, looking at lots of fallacies in there, but one of the big ones is a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, and that relates a lot to kind of Scott's field as well, and how people actually assess things and can see things incorrectly even by like looking at the same data. So I'd really like Scott to lead on this one.
You know, it's kind of funny that you say that, because I was just thinking this sounds like it's going to touch on psychology quite a bit, and so I thought, boy, we could hear from Richard and from Dan on this. But yeah, I think as far as, I mean, is there a resurgence of astrology? Or, I mean, to me, it seems like it's something that's been around a long time, and I think I know what you're talking about. I think part of it has to do with, it might be a safe way to have those kind of woo-woo beliefs. I mean, as we see religion, the trend of religion going down, people are realizing, especially nowadays when many religious groups are highly oppressive and highly dangerous and hurtful and harmful in many ways. We see people leaving religion, but there's still that need, that psychological need to have a connection, to find. I mean, we're natural pattern seekers, and so we want to be able to find. We want to look up there and we say, oh, that must be related to the way we are. I think the math connection that Richard was hinting at might be something along the lines of spotting patterns in data when it's not there, or spotting. He was talking about the sharpshooter fallacy, right? And that can come about for two different ways. One is that you either you predefine your conclusion, and then you specifically look for points that have targeted that, or you can just ignore the misses, right? You only look at the hits and you ignore the misses. And those are both things that we all naturally do as human beings. We've all kind of evolved to see the patterns where there are no patterns. And again, I'm conjecturing here, but I think part of that has to do with the fact that in statistics, we call them type 1 and type 2 errors.
Yeah.
A type 1 error is when you see when you think you see something happening, but it's not happening. And a type 2 error is the reverse kind of errors, when you think that something is not happening, but it really is. And our brains have evolved to lean into kind of type 1 errors more so than the other one, because they can be more dangerous if you ignore them. Type 2 errors can be more dangerous if you ignore them. Like, for example, and this is a classic example, I'm sure you've probably heard it, but if we're kind of going through the forest or the savannah or whatever, and we hear a noise, right? And so we might naturally we might stop and think about it and say, well, okay, what is that noise? Do I know there's animals in the area, et cetera, et cetera? But if it was a noise, if it was something dangerous, if there was a tiger in the woods over there, and you don't think that there's one there, then you're dead, right? You're not there. You're not going to be able to pass on your genetic thumbprint to the what's that?
Better safe than sorry mentality.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. It's better safe than sorry. And so so as a result of that, people and our ancestors in the past who were a little bit more maybe concerned about that kind of thing, who would lean towards that kind of thing. If you think there's a tiger there and there's not, then you might be embarrassed a little bit, or maybe you committed some of your resources to defending from that direction or something like that. There's drawbacks to making that kind of mistake, but they're not as deadly as missing the tiger that really was there. And so as a result of that, we naturally look for these patterns. And so I think, you know, to answer your question bluntly, I think the resurgence of astrology, I think that's something that humans are naturally, you know, evolved to do. We look for these patterns, we see them, we try to make them in conjunction with this idea that we want to be able to control our surroundings, and we don't like feeling helpless. We don't like feeling like we can't do anything. And so if we feel like we know what's going on, if I know that, oh yeah, Mercury's over there, so this is going to happen or whatever, then you feel a little bit more in control and a little bit less at the whim of,
when the predator shits itself
fate,
at the prey.
of your environment. And so that's kind of what I would say. I'm not sure if it's if that's quite what Richard was hinting at, but we'll.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap onto the end of that, and then I'm gonna bring some psychology into that. And then I'm gonna let Drew respond to me, and I know Dan is chomping at the bit, so I'll let Drew respond to myself and Scott.
I'm always chomping at the bit, folks. You know,
then we'll let Dan go.
I'm like a dog that's barking at a party. Just let me go. You know.
So yeah, what Scott said is exactly right, and I think we've got to be careful that this is one of those things. It's like the belief in ghosts, which is kind of where I live. It's widespread and normalized. It's really strange that I mean I live in a multicultural, multi-religious society, but not many people I know on an everyday basis are openly religious. Virtually everybody I know has a belief in ghosts. Virtually everybody I know will kind of say, well, my star sign says this about me, and they kind of just go with it for no good reason. There's a really important reason why that happens, and Scott has touched upon it. And we've got to be very careful, I think. One of the things that, I like to say is that, look, when we're dealing with people, we shouldn't mock people who believe in astrology, and we shouldn't mock people who believe in ghosts, because it gives us an opportunity. And the opportunity it gives us is to realize that what they're experiencing, because when they think they experience this, when they think they see these patterns, when they think they have seen a ghost, what they are doing is just a hyper-focused version of the way our brains work. My brain, Scott's brain, Dan's brain, everybody's brain works every day. So I think we've got to be very careful of ridiculing them. It's just a hyper-focused version. And the belief in ghosts is a really, really, really good way we can use this as an example. Because the way our brains work, the way we assess the world around us is in everyday life, we're walking around in a familiar environment that's, usually well lit. And even if it's not, we know as we're around it. We know the people we meet. We genuinely know the situations. Even if we do a kind of non-normative thing, like go to a different city, if we live in a city, we kind of know what to expect.
Yes, and it's
so we've got this big kind of familiarity about things. So the way our brain works, the way we assess the world, is we take in information through our senses. And we cross-reference that with what's called the internal model. Now, the internal model is really important because when you're seeing the world, we're not seeing it like it is in a video camera. It's not like a movie. We're not seeing it like that. The information that's coming in is not like it is in a video camera. It's snippets. It's small snippets of information. And what we do is we cross-reference that with the internal model, and that builds a picture of the outside world. It builds a picture of reality. That's how our brains work. Now, when we go into a situation where things are non-normative, so let's say we go to we go on a ghost hunt somewhere, and it's an unfamiliar building, and we've not got, it's dark, and we've not got a lot of sensory information coming in. What we do is we don't have this information to cross-reference what's coming in with the internal model. So the internal model builds a picture of the world anyway. It's going to behave like it normally behaves, even though we haven't got all that information coming in. Now, if you're going to somewhere and you're being primed, which is another big thing in psychology, you've got this thing called priming, and it's very, very easy. You can change the result. I guarantee you can go into a job interview and change the result of whether you get that job or not by the way you initially interact with the people you walk into that room with, if you're sufficiently skilled in this. Priming is really, really important. It affects us in so many ways in everyday life, and we just don't realize it. When we've been primed that we're going to a haunted location, and we've got no information coming in from the outside, and we're building this internal model, if we are inclined to believe that ghosts exist, if that is part of our internal model, our internal reality, and we hear a noise, we will interpret that as a ghost. Now, this is really important because I'm not saying, and it's very important, but it's very subtle. We will see a ghost. Now, it's not that there's actually a ghost there. It's not that ghosts exists. But if our internal model is prone to that, and we've been primed, and we've not got sufficient information coming in from outside to show that that's not the case, our brain will build a picture of there being a ghost there. So it's really, really important that people who have these experiences are not dismissed, because although they are wrong, they are genuinely experiencing this from their perspective. And that's really, really important. And this is why I say it's a hyper kind of spotlight version of the way our brains normally work, because we all make these mistakes. There's a guy, a mathematician called John Littlewood, an English mathematician, who came up with this thing called Littlewood's Law. And it's, I can't remember it exactly, but it's something along the lines of, we all experience mathematical miracles at a rate of once per month per person. That is a statistically hugely unlikely event. And that is because of the way our brains work. It's all to do with the way our brains work and the way we interpret things. So it's very, very important to understand that people are wrong. People can be wrong in, when they believe in astrology. They are making mistakes, but those mistakes are no different to the mistakes that everybody makes during their everyday life. So I'm going to let you respond to that, Drew, because I've talked for a long time, and then I'm going to let Dan take it away.
Yeah, sure. No, I think that was incredibly insightful. And it's not surprising to me at all that astrology is attractive or is a natural, product of our pattern seeking and evolutionary pressures and things like that. I mean, it's no more surprising to me than the invention of religions as a broad topic. But I guess I'm also curious to hear what you guys think as far as like on the spectrum of like harmless quirk hobby / or a harmless hobby, or like maybe something that is more insidious or something that should be is astrology small fry, I guess, or small fish in the big scheme of things? Or is it something that maybe
I'm so glad you asked, Drew. If you were to guess how much money an industry like astrology is globally, what would you put a number on?
I'm certain I would be disgusted, and I couldn't.
Give me a guess. Guess. Go ahead. Try it.
Oh, God. I would not be shocked if astrology was $1 billion industry.
Yeah, how about $3 billion, Drew? It's a $3 billion industry that grows by about 0.5% each year, according to this source from 2024. Okay?
See, that's what gets me fired up, Dan. That's why I'm pissed off about it.
Here's the thing. Now, I've talked about this before because somebody asked me, well, why don't you talk, are you scared of people hunting ghosts? And it's like, the Ghost Hunters Lobby of America is not a thing, right? There doesn't need to be an astrology people of America because they're getting what they want. They got their money, man. It's all about money, okay? How many people working in this industry actually believe in the shit that they peddle? I have no idea, but I guarantee you it's not all of them, okay? These kinds of things, they go in cycles, right? And we're seeing more and more people going to astrology, particularly millennials and Gen Z, right? And there's stuff that I found here that backs it up too. Because the more secular you become, the less involved with organized religion you become, the more you want answers for things, right? Because if God's not doing it for you, then maybe the stars will. This is a not only a potential for self-discovery, quote unquote, right? But also a sense of life purpose and a sense of guidance. People don't want to live in a world where things are random and there's nobody has a plan, right? They want to be able to divine and figure out what's going on, relate to themselves interpersonally, so with themselves and with other people. And astrology does that. It does that. It gives people that narrative. So we can talk about the psychology of it all day, but at the end of the day, you are giving people a product, and that product is self-satisfaction and life fulfillment. And you got to compete with that if you want to take down astrology, okay? I don't know if atheism already does that. I don't know if we talk about life-affirming things as much as we should, or how we can organize ourselves and our lives. I think we should talk about that more. But I think if you want to take down astrology, if you think it's a problem, that's what you got to do with it. Okay. Now, again, I'm more scared of Christian nationalists than I am your average astrology bro. Okay. But it's an industry, right? And it's a more direct way to get money than Christianity is, right? Because there's a lot of people that are in it to win it when it comes to Christianity. With astrology, you don't have to believe in anything. I mean, you can be absolutely totally cynical. And believe me, I've met people that actively prey on people because of this and do exploit this. So that's what we're up against. Is it a problem? Yes. Is it my toppest priority? I don't know. I mean, what am I going to do? The other problem with astrology that's interesting is that you can absolutely meet people who are like, yeah, so here's Venus and it's in retrograde or whatever the fuck, but this is all just stories, right? This is all just a narrative. And it doesn't have to mean anything. So that's what's really weird about it, because you don't really hear that with Christianity, right? It's not really common for people to be like, yeah, you can believe in this Jesus thing or whatever. You know, it's up to you. It's like, no, you got to believe in this. And with astrology, it's a little more give and take. All that matters is at the end of the day is you pay that fee when you go to the app that the astrologer, gives you their personal, predictions and recommendations, right? So I don't know, man. It's weird. It's tough. But
yeah, I feel like something
all about the green.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Drew.
I was just going to say, I feel like, cards on the table on a couple of the dating apps, and something that has been annoying to me is that it's just the normalization of astrology as like, again, like almost like a personality trait. Like it seems like it has been adopted along the lines of like name and nationality. Like now you're expected to also toss in your star sign. And it's like every time I see that, I'm just like that's an unnecessary step that you're adding that just normalizes this in culture broadly, that we're like now talking about this, that this is something that someone who was not aware of astrology or star signs before that might see that and say like, oh, what is this? I'm gonna go look into this and figure this out about myself, and not be able to discern that for the pseudoscience that it is. And that's fair. I think where it's still worth bringing up in pleasant conversation, I guess.
If I go on LinkedIn and there's an employer that's like, you need to be no Geminis allowed at this company. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna start fighting a little bit more, right? It does suck with the dating thing though. You're right, because it's like, oh, you don't want to be that guy, and it's like, well, hey, your entire thing that you've been invested in for the past however many years of your life is bullshit, actually, right? And it's like, it's not a great look, right? But at the same time, I don't know. It can also, I don't know, maybe it informs you with who you want to hang out with, like you're not supposed to date everybody, right? I think that's something to consider as well.
Yeah, no, that's the other side of it is they're I guess they're telling on themselves if I don't want to get involved with someone who takes that too seriously.
Yeah, and some other stuff I'm seeing here too, right? Up to 70% of people, no, it was 30% of Americans say that in the past year they've either consulted a horoscope or other similar tools, right, for their life. That's a lot of people. And the variance in which people believe in that is important, right? Because some people do just kind of see it for fun and say whatever, and maybe they don't have an opinion. The I don't know category of Americans is just, it's always such a bigger category than what people think, right? Because we're so used to the people that are so vocal about it that the I don't know makes up a lot. I think that's got to be true for horoscopes too, right? But anyway,
when Richard was talking earlier, it reminded me of something. I just want to slip it in here. I know I just want to recognize before I do that we do see Ann waiting on the line there. So Ann, we'll get to you in a little bit here. But when something Richard was talking about how we generate our internal model, right? And that reminded me of this book by Daniel Dennett called Consciousness Explained. And I don't know how well received Dennett's views are in the industry, but he's a pretty well-known cognitive scientist, or was when he was alive. But in that book, he talks about how one thing that our brains do is make stuff up all the time. We're looking at, like, we talked about spurious connections. We talked about, filling in the blanks. We talked about, we talked about affecting your perception and all those kind of things. But our brains make stuff up all the time. And he actually used that as an explanation about how we could be dreaming. And that is, when we're dreaming, our brains are still working, but we don't have our perceptions to check things against. If I imagine that I'm floating, we don't have the perception of laying in a bed or sitting in a chair or standing on the ground or whatever. And so it's reality that reigns in our brain, at least from Dennett's perspective. And so our connection with reality helps us to trim away the fat, kind of a thing. But our brains are just going overdrive, right? And so any little tiny little connection, we can jump on that. And they've done experiments where they've given horoscopes to, like, classrooms, right? They hand out everybody a paper, and they say, okay, now we chose these specifically for your star sign. I want you to look at them. Everybody looks at them, and a huge number of people are like, oh yeah, this is a great description of me. It fits me perfectly. And then, of course, the big reveal is that, oh, they're all the same, right? And so everybody reads this horoscope, and they make that connection. They see themselves on the paper, which makes them feel special, for one thing. It makes them feel known, for another thing. It makes them feel like they can then use that information to make decisions going further. So but the crux of what I'm trying to say here is that our brains are storytellers. Our brains are constantly trying to make sense of what we see and what we don't see, and what we know and what we don't know. And even to the point where we make these desperate connections between these things that are vanishingly unlikely, but we still grab onto that, because that's something that, because that shows that I have a little bit of control in my life, and I have a little bit of say in what happens. And so I think that it's almost like a desperation kind of feeling. We need to make those connections, and when we don't feel those connections, we feel alone and afraid and desperate. And they have the saying about, a drowning man is going to, if somebody tried to rescue a drowning man, they're going to take people down with them, right? It's that kind of thing. You get so desperate to make these connections, you just start flailing, and you grab at anything. And very often that can be something as simple as that same horoscope that was passed out to that entire class. Yeah. You read it, and you see yourself in what you see there. And then you feel, okay, this is going to get me through, and to the next day or whatever. And I have a connection to the world here, and I feel like I'm important. And that can be a powerful, powerful drug for people to experience. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to give up. You mentioned about how astrology, has been increasing, but I think part of it is that it's just, people who have a tendency to believe it, even when they come across evidence that it's all hooey. And, even, they could be talking to us and saying, yeah, astrology, yeah, whatever. And then the next person they talk to, they're like, yeah, totally. Here's my horoscope, and I'm going to plan my day based off of this, and so on. So it can be very psychologically challenging to embrace those ideas, to look at, say, well, I'm not.
Yeah. Scott, we got
part of the universe.
We got to cut it off. I'm sorry. We got to keep things moving. Drew, thank you so much for your call. Really appreciate
absolutely.
it.
I just wanted to say, on the point of loneliness, I think that that's very pertinent, and it's something that you guys at the ACA and associated organizations are doing a lot to help build that community and push against that feeling of loneliness. So thank you for everything you do, and get in that calls to action for those donations again.
Absolutely. That's what I'm about to do. Hold on. We got another one coming in from Lucy here. Hang on. Updates here. Yes.
Hey, everybody. We're past $10,000 altogether.
Woo!
Thank you so much. I don't see any reason why we can't get to 15. Do you? I don't think I see a reason why we can't do that. What do you think, Dan?
I think absolutely.
Yeah.
Why not? Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Who's that for? Is that for me? Oh, that's for her. No, she needs the coffee more than me right now. Thank you for the update. Appreciate it. Folks, in case you've been living under a rock or you just joined us, okay? We are live. I'm here in the Free Thought Library in Austin, Texas, and we are raising money right now for the Atheist Community of Austin and the Society of Free Thinkers in Canada. We still have about 5 hours left to make our goal of $25,000. So please donate if you can, whether it's $1, $5, $100, or $500. Everything is going to be helpful for us to achieve our goal in providing a third space, a community in Austin, in the U.S., and around the world. So to help you understand your impact, I also have another testimonial I want to share with you today. They said, this is from an anonymous submission that says, I wandered into the ACA in June of 2024, thinking that I was just supporting a host's first show. Little did I know that this would be a life-changing visit. They were the first community I had joined that had let me ask all the questions, have every doubt, and accept me with open arms. Thank you to the wonderful folks here. Keep up the good work. I love you all entirely. And that was anonymous. Thank you so much for that testimonial. Nice. And yes, please keep this running. We still got a few minutes left of Talk Heathen today. So please, I think we can get some more calls in. We have one person we're about to get to, but we want to take your calls. And then after Talk Heathen, folks, we're going to have the very first Sunday episode ever of Truth Wanted. Very excited to see that. Looking forward to it. But for now, let's keep this moving. Richard, who's our next caller?
We have Anne from California who wants to ask, is it possible to lose your God belief but still not recover from religion? Anne, hello, welcome to the show. How are you? And is there anything you want to expand on that before we answer it?
Yeah, I just want to say hi. How is everyone today?
And I'm doing great. Thank you. You have
but doing well.
You have a very interesting question. I would love for you to expand on that.
Okay, well, I was raised Catholic, very large Catholic family. My father converted from Christian Science to marry my mom, but that's neither here nor there. But I'd love to hear from a Christian Sciences person someday on your show. I would love more theists to call in. But anyway, I think because we were named after saints, my name is Anne, and I was always told that Anne was the mother of the Virgin Mary. And I'm like, oh, Jesus's grandma. I'm named after Jesus's grandma, and I just thought it was kind of a funny joke or whatever for a while. And then like within the last month or so, I started thinking about, I'm like, wait a minute, do I still believe this?
Mm.
I mean, I lost my God belief like over 20 years ago, but it's just something I hadn't thought about in a really long time. But then somehow it came up in my mind, and I started to examine, like, well, do I really believe this? So I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from. And also, this past Lent, I did fish every Friday.
Oh, okay.
Even though I'm not Catholic.
Wait, so just to clarify,
I still participated in a tradition.
You're questioning about the specific, like, of this the fact that Anne, the name Anne, is the name of the mother of Mary. Is that what you're not sure you believe?
Well, yeah. I mean, I just kind of question it, and I'm like questioning myself. Was I still like subconsciously or something believing this the whole time?
Yeah.
And I'm just starting to wonder if it's true, because then I started thinking about Catholic saints.
Yes.
Because they're not in the Bible or anything like that.
Right. So this is one of those instances. I don't know if you've looked this up, but the Catholic Church, of course, as you know, Anne, very famous for just kind of doing stuff on vibes and just kind of saying, oh, yeah, this is true, actually. There is no biblical reference to Anne being the mother of Mary. It actually comes from a New Testament apocrypha, the same reference that the Gospel of James uses, actually. So you might not know this either, but the Bible itself references books of the Bible that aren't actually in the Bible, right? They're referencing other Christian works. And so this is one of those things where if you ask the Catholic where the source on this comes from, where the source of this dogma comes from, oh, it's tradition, right? Like half the stuff in the Catholic Church. So yeah, if you're talking about what's strictly in the Bible, no, there's nothing in there that says Anne is the mother of Mary. That comes from an extra biblical source, right? But one of those things where, early Christians for like the first 300 years at least were just kind of working on different ideas and different sources, and then it did not come together, and still hasn't come together, by the way. They like to make you think that it did, but it didn't. But it still wasn't entirely clear on what was true wasn't true on the specific details. But yeah, that idea of Anne being the grandma of Jesus, probably maybe true. I don't know. We have literally no way to really verify it. So because the source it comes from at least like 100 years after Jesus' death.
How was Anne
right? So it's like,
in the
okay, well,
Bible?
what are we doing here? How do we know anything?
Okay, well,
Yep.
because when you said the word tradition, like that's kind of the word that popped into my mind. Like it's maybe just like some kind of church tradition.
Yeah. Well, so again, so she's a saint, right? And so what do you do when you become a saint in the Catholic Church? You have to have a miracle, right? Or you have to have there's
Multiple
miracles sometimes
miracles, right?
involved.
It's like 2 or 3.
Yes. And so that gets verified, of course, after, right? Because it always does. It's never contemporary. I'm looking it up here. Her relic came in. Let's see. The alleged relics of Saint Anne were brought from the Holy Land to Constantinople in 710, and were kept there in the Church of Saint Sophia as late as 1333. So we're talking 700 years after this person was around, and they had it the whole time. Who knew, right? I mean, crazy. I love the Catholic relic stuff because it's all just like, yeah, somebody had it. It was in their basement, and hey, wow, crazy.
In the junk drawer.
Yeah.
There's a really great and helpful book. Now, it is more concerned with Britain, so bear that in mind, but it does touch on a lot of these ideas of sainthood and tradition and things. It's called Domination by Professor Alice Roberts, and it touches on, it kind of goes through this idea. It talks about the early part of Christianity in Britain, but it goes through this idea of saints and sainthood. It goes back to the Roman traditions of the first few centuries, and how it's really, really good. It goes into all the stuff of how even the hierarchy of the church is based on kind of Roman civilian hierarchy and political hierarchy, and a lot of the names we get for bishops and people within the church come from that Roman era. It also talks about how people were made saints, and they weren't recluses, a lot of these people, in the way that we kind of imagine modern recluses to be. If we think about religious recluses in this day and age, we might think of someone high in the Himalaya in a cave miles and miles from nowhere. They weren't like that. They lived in a couple of miles away from communities. They were often from rich ruling families. They were well educated. They were financially well supported. And by them taking on these religious positions, it actually gave the families more power and more status. And that is how they became saints. They became saints because in the eyes of the ruling elite, who were Christian, they'd done this really, really great stuff. And really, all they were doing were kind of pushing forward the kind of political agendas of the families in a lot of cases. It's a really, really great book. It's really helpful to understand a lot of this stuff. So if you're interested, kind of look that one up. I think in general, there's another aspect as well to what you're asking, and that is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that is kind of lingering with kind of, emotional beliefs, still being influenced, still believing things, even though you don't believe in God anymore. And I think a lot of that comes down to community. Being ingrained with community, being ingrained with this idea as you've grown up. We often say that religious people are indoctrinated from birth, and maybe that sounds a bit harsh sometimes, but when we look at people, and I wasn't ever religious, so I can only talk about what I've experienced from other people who've told me these stories. What I kind of get all the time, repeatedly, from people who were religious and come out of religion. It's not just a light switch on, a light switch off moment. What it is a process, and it's a process of letting go. And very often the last thing to be let go is this aspect of community, because community is really, really important to us as human beings. We need community. We thrive with community. We evolved within communities. The neocortex, which is the largest part of the human brain, and probably one of the most important parts of the human brain, it developed really, really quickly. And it's developed, that growth in the neocortex directly correlates with the growth of human society and how we lived in social groups and how language developed. And it's really, really important. And it's no surprise that the last thing that people let go is kind of this community aspect of religious tradition. So I'm going to leave you with that. If you want to respond to me, and then I'm going to let the other guys jump in.
What's the book named again?
It's Domination. It's by Professor Alice Roberts.
Okay, all right. Yes, I'll remember that. That does sound like a very interesting book to read. And yeah, that sounds really good. Thank you.
And if you live a virtuous life, who knows? Maybe you'll be a saint in the coming future. Probably not. I'm not going to lie. You know, I think they might
wait for that.
They might
You got the
review
name
this
for it
phone
already.
call and say nah, but one can hope. You know.
Yeah.
And was there anything else you wanted to talk to us about before we let you go?
You don't know really anything about the Christian Science faith, do you? Because that was my dad's religion before he converted.
Well, we've talked about it before. What do you want to know?
All I really know about it is that it was started in like 1879 by Mary Baker Eddy in New England. It's newer than Mormonism.
Yes, in part. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I just, is it true that they don't really believe in going to a doctor?
Yes, they avoid professional
Okay.
medical institutions as much as possible because they basically have an entirely different system of like healing people. They're real serious about healing people, right? So they don't trust higher institutions about what stuff. Obviously, anti-vax, right? A lot of that kind of sentiment. But yeah, they believe that the Bible can give you a gateway, sort of a practice towards like a healthy living, right? And if you follow biblical teachings, you can live a healthy life that way. So you don't need secular science to kind of help you with that. That's a rough estimation, but that's part of it. Yeah. So.
Oh,
In fact,
sounds
relying
like
on
this
secular
new
science
agey,
shows.
just eat good food. Yeah.
Yeah, new agey except the Bible though, right? It's it is kind of like that. Doesn't sound like a great religion, Ann. You want to join? I mean,
No.
Oh, okay. Well.
No. Sometimes they have good articles in their newspaper, but no. I was just curious about it because my great grandmother wasn't even born until 4 years after the religion was started. But that's just kind of a family mystery that I don't think is ever going to get solved.
It's one of those things where it's like when it becomes big enough, there's going to be differences of opinion. So like, there's got to be some that say, yeah, you can go to a doctor and that's okay, but like that's not how it started. Okay, it's just like with the Mormons and the coffee thing. It's like, yeah, okay, maybe you find a way to justify that now, but Joseph Smith was not about that. Okay, so there's always variances, but yeah, not great. Anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it.
It. Thank you so much for calling. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. And please enjoy.
Thanks, you guys too.
Yep.
Okay,
Thanks, Ann.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Ann.
All right. Bye.
Okay. And another announcement here. Yes, go ahead.
We have another announcement. Okay. So we matched Tina's match. Can I get a lot of noise from our studio audience?
We matched $1,500 is what you're telling me right now.
That is what I'm telling you right now. What I'm also telling you right now is that we are over 12,000 with that match, which is way cool. And I think there's no reason we can't get to 20. What do you think?
Yes.
That's right. Woo! Okay, and we have so much more time, like plenty of time to still get more. So call your friends, call your neighbors, call your lovers, call your, I was going to say pets, that doesn't work. But you know what I mean. The things
Call
that
your
have
ex-lovers.
Money. There you go. Get it real spicy in here. Yes, call everybody you know and ask them to donate to this cause. Even if they don't like it, they might like you. That's what I do with my uncle. So I don't know, just might work for you.
Okay. And while we do have time for donations later today, I believe we're out of time for Talk Heathen at this point. Is that right? Yeah, we got to start wrapping things up. Okay.
Right.
All right, folks. I think we got to start wrapping things up here. I want to give a special shout out to our top 5 patrons. Do you guys want to read it? You guys want it? I can do it, I guess. What?
Yeah,
no,
that's fine. You're on a roll.
All right,
man.
I'm
Wrap
doing
this
it.
up.
Top 5 patron announcements. Thank you so much to Oops, all singularity at number 1. Number 2, Dingleberry Jackson. Number 3, Kalevi Helveti. Number 4, just the period character. Incredible stuff. And number 5 comes from Casey Kickendall. Thank you so much for that. And of course, our honorable mention this week is going to be for Cyber_Squirrel. Amazing username. I love it all. Thank you to everyone who gives to us on Patreon. And if you'd like to have your name read on the air as a top 5 patron, then please consider supporting us at tiny.cc/Patreon TH. Super chats? Do we have super chats? No, I don't think so. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, sorry, folks. I got to start to wrap things up because we got other shows going on. We got stuff that needs to get moving. Folks, I wanted to give a special thank you again to the organizers today. Thank you to everybody in the audience who is live with us. Appreciate all of you. I want to give thank you so much.
It's party at the Free Thought Library today.
I want to give a special shout out and thank you to Scott and Richard, my co-hosts today. Thank you guys so much for your contributions to today's live stream. Always a pleasure working with you guys. Any last words before we do our love rings here, guys? No?
We are here. That's all I got to say.
We are here.
Yep.
I love that. Folks, let's get some love rings out if we can. I don't know if crew is ready for that. I don't know if crew wants or knows. That's fine.
We'll
do our own.
see.
Listen, let's do our own spiritual love rings. We don't need.
All right, invisible love.
We don't need
psychic.
We don't need
There we go.
VFX to give you guys love rings. Okay, we'll do it
Right.
ourselves. Folks, if you don't believe, this is your community, and we appreciate you being here. And if you do believe, we don't hate you, Scott, Richard.
We're just not convinced.
Yes, thank you,
See you soon.
everybody.
All right.
We want the truth. So watch Truth Wanted live, Fridays at 7 p.m. Central. Visit Connect online at tiny.cc/call-TW.
What did he mean by those 3 words?
I don't think that's in the Bible.
You are so fucking dishonest.
I'll just put it on the screen. I don't think he actually owns the Bible, which that happens sometimes. Here's Matthew 15. It says we can go down to the section. He says, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. So right off the rip, he's chastising them, say, hey, you're rejecting the commandments of God for the oral tradition, and you shouldn't be doing that. And then he says, well, here's an example. For Moses said to honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. That comes directly from Deuteronomy 21 and Exodus 21. But you say that if anyone tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me as korban, that is an offering to God, then you
But
with Christianity. Like I said, my relationship with God has become very private and very personal, and almost like I said, a therapy mechanism to be able to talk myself through things and upkeep. You know, when you say God, it's a little easier than saying I. You know, so.
Sure.
I want more information is all, you know, and because I believe she's a very good person, and I don't think she needs God or prayer to help her make the way better decisions she ever did, way more than I ever did as a kid and even now. And she's a great mother, and she was very kind and even said one time since we moved into a smaller town that if I wanted to, I could bring my son to church. And that's where I kind of wanted to talk to you guys, because I don't know if I want to do that or not, you know? Kind of a weird question.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd ask that question, but it's a real question, because my son, you know, I can't tell you if he believes in God or not. He's only 6, so, but you know, he does seem like he's got a heart, and he does seem to have morals of his own and knows what's right and wrong. I just, you know, I mean, I grew up with it, so I don't know. I'm
Right.
kind of
Well,
yeah.
there's a couple places we could go with this. Number one, I'm going to make sure you know that after this call, whenever you have time, you should check out recoveringfromreligion.org. They are amazing to talk to about all of this, and there's zero pressure. Like, they're not going to try to deconvert you or anything like that. They don't have an agenda other than to help you feel better about where you're at with your beliefs. So I highly recommend that as an ongoing resource, because I'm not a professional, Matt's not a professional. We're professional yappers. Well, Matt's more than that, but right now we're showing up here and just having honest conversation. So, you know, I kind of want to ask if you have a specific question to ask us, but I still want to throw out a couple other things. I think it's really cool that you are consciously acknowledging that the choice to take your kid to church could have I assume you're weighing the consequences, because I assume you're aware that it could be a negative thing. You don't know. You haven't figured it out yet. Because I assume if you thought there was nothing, that it was all 100% positive, you would have just started taking him to church already. So I think it's really cool that you're actually consciously putting effort into what goes behind that decision. I also think it would be really cool. Like, I love that you're wanting to talk to other atheists too, but I think it would be really cool in the future to ask your wife, not in a religious, like, not to be like, let's compare beliefs, but in a like, hey, so I think so highly of you about this thing. You're so good at this. What do you think it is that helps you with that? And that's probably going to answer a lot of your questions. Just some curiosity toward how it sounds like you really respect how she lives her life, and she must have some things that she finds meaning and purpose in and all of that. So I think you probably have some amazing questions that you could ask her that aren't loaded and aren't going to make her feel defensive of her beliefs, because you could approach with curiosity. I guess I do want to start with, do you have a main question? Like, what would your question be if you had to call in and ask like a specific question?
Kind of, I really want to know if it's not too much to ask, like what yours and Matt experience was, you know, stepping off, and because I can't imagine it was like an awakening for you guys. Like, obviously facts build up, things start to make more sense. You have more conversations with other people like I am right now. And I'm just kind of, I'm wondering, like, that kind of feeling, like, is it something, it's hard to explain, because I feel like I don't want to leave the idea, because I guess, like you said, indoctrination of having this idea that you'd be disrespecting God. And that's outside of the church and the community and the prayers and the Sundays and everything. This is just what it's done to me for a one-on-one. And, you know, I don't know if I want to lose that entirely, you know, like, because it does give me comfort and it does some strength. Yeah.
Yeah, I was fighting it. I always say that I did not want to become an atheist, and I became one despite my best efforts. And at first it felt like before it happened, it felt like it was going to be the worst thing that had ever happened to me. And I can now confidently say it's one of the best things that's ever happened to me. I was finally able to access so many more helpful life skills and emotional tools. And, you know, I stopped using this one thing to answer all these questions, and instead was able to approach the world with curiosity and with putting what is true as the priority instead of like, I have to hold on to this thing. And life feels so much better now that I don't feel like I am stuck to a certain belief just because I decided I'm stuck to it. Now, my loyalty is just to what is true. That's it. I want to know what's true or not. And that's so much more freeing. I have had way cooler experiences. I have also been through terrible things as an atheist. I have been through really, really sad things. I still experience grief all the time, but now I actually feel more empowered to feel it, because I also find so much more value in all the good, all the moments of joy, all of the amazing people in my life. I don't take them for granted because I don't think I'm going to see them again someday. I think this is what I have here and now, and I do the best I can with what I know I have. And so I'm not trying to sell you atheism, because I don't think it's not atheism alone. Atheism was the ticket to free me from the things that was blocking me from all the new things that I now have in my life. Because I was filling in the blank with this dogma instead of actually learning how to trust myself, and my own ability to examine the world around me and figure out what I think is true or not. So all that's not really that helpful, but all that to say, I fought it with everything,
No, it's nice
and
that
I'm
you
really
shared that.
glad.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I'm really glad. There was a moment for me. What happened is I was fighting it. I was terrified. I was in a very, very, very dark place. And I was like, you know what? Do you care about what is true or not? And that was the deciding factor for me. And I just felt like I was intellectually jumping off the deep end. And then I went for it, and it wasn't so scary anymore. But I'll let Matt answer, you know.
In many ways, Will, congrats. I mean, you're asking questions, you're reaching out, you care about your wife, you care about your kid. I might be the